never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The walls are closing in for Joe Biden. The US president is now facing the strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for a second term as president. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. FSN's Benji Heyer in Washington has been following what has been a difficult 24 hours for the US president.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death. Benji Heyer, Washington.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump is just hours away from his headline speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump says that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. FSN's Simon Marks is at the convention site in Milwaukee and says there are multiple big speeches in the coming hours ahead of Donald Trump.
We're also going to be hearing from the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Possible that he is eyeing the opportunity to get his old job back should Donald Trump win in November. Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will be addressing the convention. We're also going to be looking for an appearance by Melania Trump, the former and possibly future First Lady of the United States. She has not been at the convention so far this week, but we are told that she will definitely be in the arena supporting her husband tonight.
The European Commission has re-elected Ursula von der Leyen as president following a secret ballot among members of the European Parliament. She won by a much larger margin than was expected at the vote in Strasbourg. This will be her second 5-year term, following her first election win back in 2019. On International Nelson Mandela Day, the United Nations Secretary-General says combating poverty and inequality is everyone's duty. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres urged people around the world to do something good today in remembrance of Mandela.
We can choose to eradicate poverty. We can choose to transform the international economic and financial system in the name of equity. Every one of us can contribute through actions large and small.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. Police in Germany have arrested a man accused of stalking the pop singer Taylor Swift. It comes as the superstar kicks off her tour in the country. FSN's Trent Murray reports from Berlin.
Police say they arrested the man after receiving a call from event organisers. Authorities attended a house in the city of Gelsenkirchen. The residence was near the stadium where 34-year-old Taylor Swift was performing. Witnesses say they heard several loud bangs as police arrived. Authorities haven't disclosed details of the suspect, other than saying they believed he was suffering from psychological problems and was taken to a local hospital. Swift kicked off her German concerts on Wednesday evening, having previously performed in Italy, France, the Netherlands and UK as part of the European leg of her Eras World Tour. Trent Murray, Berlin.
US actor Scarlett Johansson says artificial intelligence executive Sam Altman would make a good Marvel villain following a dispute between the pair. It comes after the American was offered an opportunity to lend her voice to new AI technology, but decided to turn the offer down. FSN's Mitch McCann reports.
Scarlett Johansson says she was approached by Sam Altman's company, OpenAI, about licensing her voice for a new virtual assistant set to launch. Despite turning it down, Johansson says one of the voices that eventually came out with the product sounded eerily similar to hers, and that her closest friends couldn't tell the difference. In a new interview with the New York Times, Johansson said it was disturbing and added, "It was crazy. I was so angry." She said it went against her core values. At the time, Johansson demanded OpenAI detail how they produced the voice. When asked by a reporter if Altman would make a good Marvel villain, Johansson replied, "I guess he would, maybe with a robotic arm." OpenAI paused the use of the voice when the story emerged, but has maintained the assistant was voiced by another actress altogether. Mitch McCann, New York.
There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
All right, here we go. Might be 1,000 miles away, but we're one day closer to the weekend. As we close out a Thursday, cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Friday, TGIF, here it comes. as we will, from time zone to time zone, work our way into the 19th day of July. So here we go. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It is a clear night outside the secret bunker. Clear and cool, 64 degrees. And based on my gander toward the heavens a few moments ago, I'd say we're maybe 1 or 2 days or nights from the full moon. It's getting close. I do believe we have a full moon coming up this weekend. And again, as the case was 24 hours ago, relatively speaking, around the country, it's not a bad night for moving freight. Yeah, no large organized areas of precipitation. Most of it is spotty shower activity. Yeah, central portions of Georgia seeing a few showers tonight. But we're not seeing any severe weather advisories. As far as severe thunderstorms, no tornado watches. Now, we do have a few air quality alerts in some of the big cities like Oklahoma City, Dallas, Texas. Only advisories we do really see is the continued heat out west. Excessive heat warnings in place once again for a Friday all the way up to the northern tier of the U.S. Yeah, we're talking the eastern half of Washington, northern Idaho, the northwestern portions of Montana again. So what are we looking at as we head into the weekend here? While they tell us an outbreak of severe weather is not anticipated, that's good. There will be some thunderstorms on the prowl over the Great Plains into the weekend. Some of these storms could turn severe here through the end of the week, parts of the plains. The main threat would be from strong straight-line wind gusts, hail, and maybe some flash flooding, rather than any significant number of tornadoes, according to AccuWeather. In a similar setup to the one through the end of the week here and into the weekend. An isolated tornado or two cannot be ruled out, but through the nighttime hours here, Thursday night into Friday, maybe a few thunderstorms over the higher elevations of the plains. From northeast New Mexico, parts of Texas Panhandle region. That risk zone includes parts of Route 83 in Kansas and Nebraska, part of Interstate 25 there in Colorado. For our Friday, the severe weather threat zone will extend a bit further to the east and a bit further to the north over the Great Plains region. Could see some stronger storms during the afternoon and even the overnight hours to encompass the full Route 83 and I-25 corridors from southwest Kansas and eastern Colorado to south central and southwestern North Dakota. So these severe thunderstorms will cross segments of Interstate 70, 80, and 90 on into Friday night. The system responsible for the thunderstorms over the plains into Friday night continues to migrate eastward this weekend, but is forecast to transition and kind of fill in with more numerous showers and thunderstorms, most of which will be below severe limits. Now, while the storms linger long enough, some easement of drought conditions may occur, similar where downpours repeat over several hours, which is most likely over the weekend. We could be talking about some flash flooding. But the uptick in thunderstorms will hold those daytime temperatures back. But the humidity obviously will remain elevated. Since this is a slow-moving system, it's going to probably take till early next week for any shower and thunderstorm activity to approach the Chicago area. The next chance of rain in the Midwest metropolis doesn't arise until Tuesday of next week. I don't know, is that good news or bad news? That means you've got clear conditions, warm summer nights in Chicago, look out, and a full moon to boot, right? Meanwhile, conditions from the Great Lakes to the Northeast should be great for most outdoor plans. The air conditioners started to get a break this past day, and in the Northeast, you'll experience the same through the overnight hours tonight. Maybe a chance to open up the window, get some fresh air. In most cases, midday and afternoon temperatures will be warm enough for those heading out to the pools or the beaches. Conditions will be much more forgiving for those with exercise plans or those that work outdoors. Lower humidity at the core of the cool air as it takes root. We're looking at high temperatures in the 70s over the northern tier and in the mountains this weekend. Chicago looks like highs in the lower 80s. New York City, Cincinnati, Ohio, highs in the middle 80s. Meanwhile, our nation's capital looks like the upper 80s, close to 90. But that's a good 10 to 15 degrees lower than what we were looking at earlier this week with all the triple-digit highs and the excessive heat warnings. It's kind of a welcome break across the northern tier. There will be a few exceptions. Portions of the northern plains will experience some shower and thunderstorm activity on the western fringe of that Canadian high pressure, which we were pretty much just describing here a few moments ago. All right, days of downpours and thunderstorms in the southeastern states. We're going to see a lot of that through the weekend, a general 1 to 3 inches of rain from now through the weekend. Where those downpours persist, we could be exceeding as much as 6 inches of rainfall. Parts of the Carolina coast, southern Louisiana, the southern Appalachians are most likely to receive close to 6 inches of rainfall. Yeah, we could see a few smaller pockets of similar accumulations occurring throughout the southeast. Some of the more intense downpours will bring exceptional rainfall rates. We're talking 1 to 2 inches per hour for a time. And that same pattern may persist right on into next week across the southeast. This is the cool front that had swept across the country, starting with the major storm that turned into a full-fledged derecho there Monday night into Tuesday morning, eventually sweeping through the country, and it's kind of stalled out now across the southeastern states, and every little disturbance moving along that front brings more rounds of showers and thunderstorms. Looks like the humidity, the showers, thunderstorms are going to begin to expand northward once again next week. It's not going to open the floodgates in terms of the southern moisture overspreading the region, but we will see a return to more humid temperatures, nighttime temperatures a bit warmer, and an environment more favorable for some showers and thunderstorms, at least in a spotty to regional. So there you go, some of the travelers' weather around the country as we get the weekend underway. All right, we've got to get through Friday first. But Philly Dan is on board, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Rest in peace, Bob Newhart. Yeah, we lost a couple of iconic names this past day. Bob Newhart was 90. I didn't realize he was even still with us, but 94 years old. Lou Dobbs, the very famous Fox News announcer, who actually the show ended, I believe, in 2021. We've got the rest on that, but Lou Dobbs passing away this past day as well. Young Colton is on board. Hello, Steve. First on board, Mary, and good morning to the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. TGIF. Time to make America, us great again. It's also time for Steve, who's hidden somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the hotshot secret hidden bunker to throw the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, and this part started 63 degrees in the southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Smoking hot in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the next president of these United States has accepted the nomination for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up the volume and let's get ready to save this country. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? All right, who else we got on board? There's Jacob. Hello, Mr. Summers. The overnight drive nation, 70 degrees from Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Larry says, good afternoon. Hammer down, 66 tonight, Platkill, New York. As we head back to Schenectady, then In fact, Wilmington, Delaware will reload for New Haven, Connecticut for our Saturday morning delivery. He's headed over to the Rock Pick. Hello, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the International Airport in Rochester, 62 degrees, not a bad night. Happy Friday, all you hardworking Americans. Have a great weekend if you get one. Watch out for the other drivers, stay safe, and enjoy. Captain Ron checks in, 80 degrees, Gainesville, Florida tonight. TGIF, it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Everybody, be safe out there, and Semper Fi. All right, let's see. Jerry, good morning from Kokomo. Thank you, Steve, for another great show. Thank you to all the truck drivers out there keeping this country moving forward. Thinking about Lone Ranger and all the other drivers that are fighting illnesses out there tonight. All right. Yeah, I haven't heard from Ranger here in a week or so. I think he, if all went according to plan, I think he completed his chemo treatments, and things were looking good. The tumor that he was doing the chemo for was pretty much gone. So they call it remission. I guess, as he put it, you're never cancer-free. But, yeah, that was the latest update, so... Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 70 degrees in Jay, Oklahoma. Is Donald Trump still talking? Are his grandchildren still awake? Is anyone still awake? He lost me 45 minutes in, but he has my vote. But I got better things to do than listen to him ramble. Eric needs to apologize again. A special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from Delaware County, Oklahoma tonight. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever it is for you. Got the normal run tonight. Trump just wrapped up his speech not long ago, around the top of the hour. Okay, well, there's the answer to your question, Lauren. So he did speak quite a lengthy amount of time, right? I love how he paid tribute to the ones who were... unintended casualties to that shooting last Saturday. Yes, it is sad we lost Lou Dobbs and Bob Newhart in the same day. It's a clear moonlit night. Rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky, 66 degrees. Have a good weekend when you get to it. And most of all, be safe out there. All right, James says, a one-time shout-out to the Georgia Peach. Yes, indeed. Okay, Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Everybody have a great weekend. We've got lots to cover. Things are suddenly moving rapidly, when it comes to the Democrat ticket. All the buzz is we will get official notification this weekend that Joe Biden is out. That's the word, and we'll break it all down for you. What does that mean? Who takes his place? We've got all the details here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, are you ready for the weekend? Ready or not, here it comes. And let's see what Joe has on his mind. According to the call screener, we're normally checking in from Michigan. We're in, where? Tennessee tonight. Hello, Joe.
Oh, hey there, Steve. How are you doing tonight? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah, doing well. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm in Tennessee today. We took a little trip down here, and I just wanted to say it's been a crazy trip. I mean, there's been people almost crashing into tractor-trailer trucks. I saw a guy going like 100 miles an hour on the road. It is very dangerous. We passed by Cincinnati and, thought of you. So I just wanted to call and check in. So thanks for having me on, and stay safe, and God bless. Bye.
All right. Safe travels. I can't help but wonder if he's maybe, Gatlinburg. Traffic does get crazy, especially when they have the car show weekends, which seems like almost every weekend there's something going on down there. And all right, good to hear from you. Glad you made it there safely, though. Joe, have a great weekend. Hey, there's Debbie. Good morning, Steve. It's kind of a chilly 61 here in Indiana. Warming up to about 78 today. I'm getting a chance to ride with the Woodpecker today. We're going to be in Ohio, but I think we're going to be in northern Ohio. Hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. Have a fantastic Friday. Very good. All right, so of course I was doing my show prep. I didn't get the chance to listen in to Trump's acceptance speech, but it is official. A little breakdown as he was delivering a rather emotional call for peace, prosperity, and a return of the American dream in his official acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump said in the speech, the discord and division in our society has to be healed. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Kid Rock delivered a musical introduction, shouting Trump's fight, 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 and Trump, Trump, Trump. Kind of a mix-up of some of his hits. American Badass, before the UFC founder Dana White's introduction, and Lee Greenwood's iconic Proud to be an American, or God bless the USA, right? White said President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. He's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. Talking about his brush with death last weekend, Trump said, let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. This evening, by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally, even though, as you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me what happened. Tell us what happened, please. Therefore, I'll tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. Our resolve is unbroken. Our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people. Everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight, this election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. Now, before Trump took the stage, it was a little taste of WrestleMania. Hulk Hogan, the famed wrestler, came out as the hype man, get the crowd juiced up, delivering an impassioned speech, ultimately doing his trademark, ripping off his top to show what was ultimately a Trump-Vance campaign shirt, which those will be selling like hotcakes. Even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready, because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites, because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America's going to be great again. So, yeah, C&I Dog sent me the link to the video of that as he was hyping up the crowd there. So they closed out the big one, the Republican National Convention. That's it for I guess they're probably just winding things down now. Probably if he just wrapped things up at the midnight hour, they're probably shaking hands. And I think they say they had a wonderful, successful convention.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The walls are closing in for Joe Biden. The US president is now facing the strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for a second term as president. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. FSN's Benji Heyer in Washington has been following what has been a difficult 24 hours for the US president.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death. Benji Heyer, Washington.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump is just hours away from his headline speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump says that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. FSN's Simon Marks is at the convention site in Milwaukee and says there are multiple big speeches in the coming hours ahead of Donald Trump.
We're also going to be hearing from the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Possible that he is eyeing the opportunity to get his old job back should Donald Trump win in November. Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will be addressing the convention. We're also going to be looking for an appearance by Melania Trump, the former and possibly future First Lady of the United States. She has not been at the convention so far this week, but we are told that she will definitely be in the arena supporting her husband tonight.
The European Commission has re-elected Ursula von der Leyen as president following a secret ballot among members of the European Parliament. She won by a much larger margin than was expected at the vote in Strasbourg. This will be her second 5-year term, following her first election win back in 2019. On International Nelson Mandela Day, the United Nations Secretary-General says combating poverty and inequality is everyone's duty. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres urged people around the world to do something good today in remembrance of Mandela.
We can choose to eradicate poverty. We can choose to transform the international economic and financial system in the name of equity. Every one of us can contribute through actions large and small.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, meanwhile, the big story of the day, the buzz out on the street. Multiple sources stating that Joe Biden plans to withdraw from the presidential election as early as this weekend. They're saying with Sunday most likely. According to multiple Democrat sources, this is happening all of a sudden. Now, Mark Halperin is a journalist with Newsmax. They said everybody said it would happen gradually, then all at once. And that's what's happening. According to my sources, President Biden, he says, has agreed to step down as the Democrat nominee. A speech has been drafted. He will continue on as president. He also will not, I'm told, endorse Kamala Harris as his successor. They're hoping he will endorse an open process in which the convention will be open to Vice President Harris and a few other candidates in Chicago to pick up the Democrat nominee for president. I've been trying to get this all deciphered. So during the primary process, all the delegates that he had won during the primaries, technically, they are bound to vote for Joe Biden unless he releases them. He has the ability, he can release those delegates, and that's when they would call it what they call an open convention. So that's what they're talking about. Now, Halperin first broke the news Thursday in his post on X. Harris has been viewed by many political observers as a likely successor to Biden should he step down. Halperin said Harris is vetting political running mates in advance of the party convention in Chicago coming up next month. Now, he said among possible running mates for Harris, names being bantered around: Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. They're among four possible running mates. Leading Democrats, including former President Barack Obama, have reportedly been pressing Biden to rethink his run confronted with the argument that not only is he perhaps not equipped to win or serve another 4 years, but he actually may drag down ticket candidates. That, in turn, would jeopardize Democrat chances of retaking control of the House, raising the risk they could lose the Senate as well. Of course, we all know, we've been following, all that pressure has ramped up after the debate last month. Halperin tells Frontline the other candidates to challenge Harris for the nomination in the event that they indeed have the open convention include California Governor Gavin Newsom, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. He said at the convention, regular delegates would be allowed to vote under this agreement that's being talked about amongst the president and high-level Democrat officials. The regular delegates would vote on the first ballot. If there is no winner in the first ballot, the so-called superdelegates would be then allowed to vote on the subsequent ballot, trying to break it all down. All right, you could be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me?
Well, I'm with you, buddy. You know, phone call returning no good. Did you not get my phone call?
Oh, when did you call? What the hell?
Last weekend. When all this was breaking.
Yeah, Saturday. Well, the princess told me. She said, we were out. We were actually on our way out to eat when it was all the breaking news. And she said, Big Ed called, Pappy called, several had called, but yeah, we were. I did get the word, but did you want to be?
I tried to twist your arm. Did you get my message, Cynthia? I'm thinking I might not go on the cruise. That'll force him to call.
Really?
He never called. You didn't see that?
I know. I didn't see that.
Well, I did, but I was just joking. I thought, I'm going to see if I can twist his tail and see if he'll call me.
Uh-huh.
So I sent you a text saying, I may not go on the cruise.
Well, had I got that,
sorry,
I would have called. I would have been like, what the hell? What do you mean? So, no, I didn't get that.
Anyway, I was just trying to play dirty with you. I'll tell you, Steve, thank God that President Trump didn't meet at the end. I mean, I was totally shocked when all that happened. And neither President Trump or President Biden, none of them. You know, we all disagree on a lot of fronts, but there's no reason whatsoever to go out here and try to take another man's life. That's just, that just made me sick. But, it's just like, maybe President Trump said it tonight, if he would have been assassinated, or somebody said it would have fractured this country. They may not have been any repair.
Yep.
They've gotten it straightened out. My lifetime, I remember the attempt on President Reagan's life. But 5 years old when President Kennedy was assassinated.
Right.
And I grew up. I think a lot of that had to do with politics, where President Reagan, it was some nut that was in love with the movie star trying to impress her, But when it comes to political assassinations, come on, man, that's just horrible, But tonight, I'm sorry, I understand where President Trump's coming from, and I thought he tamped it down a little bit, But more than likely, I'm going to vote for him. I still ain't made up my mind, but at the same time, I just want him to lead. Quit fussing and fighting with all these people that disagree with us. Don't even give them the time of day and fuss and fight with them. Just go in there and do your job. And he done a great job the last time he was president. But he's also had to spend so much time fussing and fighting with these left wing idiotic people. But at the same time, tonight, listening to him, I shared a post, and you might go read it, from Forbes, What about the seniors? I don't hear nothing about the seniors. I don't hear nothing from him, or do I hear anything coming from the left? The people that are retired, the people that are living on fixed incomes, the people that work their asses off, that pay taxes, they understand tax breaks. We appreciate that. That senior that, where are they going to get their tax break? Because all their money's coming from is going to insurance, medical costs, medicine costs. I got a friend my age I went to high school with. He's got brain cancer. Worked his ass off his whole life. They're giving him a year. And I can assure you, Steve, I don't know what his financial situation is, but if he did save money, guess what? Guess he's going to get all that money he worked his ass off and saved for.
Right.
The medical establishment. That's the truth. There's no way for him or his family, his wife or kids, which I know he don't want to have kids at home, but let's say his wife, there's going to be no way she's going to recover from it. Through Social Security, it ain't going to happen. I'm not asking for something for nothing. It's just like the government told me I made too much money. Well, I was willing to pay you back. I've saved it. I knew I was making too much money, but they cut me off my Social Security until October. Okay, well, guess what? I'm not going to pay you back. Once they sent me a letter and said, I'll pick it back up in October. Okay, I'll leave the money in my savings account and try to hopefully get some good, decent interest off of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to give it back to you to waste and give to Garcia coming across the damn border, or Ching Ching, or whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if I'm offending any of you, kiss my ass. That's all I got to say. That's how I pronounce the names. But I didn't hear anything from President Trump. What are you going to do about your senior population? Do we not count just because they're not in the workforce no more? Do they no longer count? Oh, well, we're going to give them some, we're going to give them a break on their medicine. Well, we're going to give them a break on their insurance. I pay, what, $140 a month for Medicare? And here in August, I've got to get the marketplace insurance. And the last time I, kind of retired, I had to pay $175 a month. That's what, $310 out of $2,500 a month Social Security check.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to pay for my meds. And my meds run just right at $100 to $150 a month. That's just taking money out of my pocket. That's not giving me no damn break. I'm not asking for something for nothing. I just want my tax dollars that I worked my butt off for and paid into the system to give me something back so that I can kind of enjoy my retirement without worrying about a bunch of other crap. I'm not asking the government to pay for my Yellowstone trip when I go to Yellowstone in August. I'm not asking for the government to pay for my cruise. I already paid for it. I went out and worked my ass off. It's already paid for.
Mm-hmm.
All I got to do is go spend money and have fun. I'm not asking for that. I save that kind of money. What I'm asking for is my tax dollars to work for me through low, and I mean way very low cost insurance. I'm asking for my tax dollars to work for me through low doctor's appointments. I had a friend, same age as I am, had to go to the doctor $200 just to walk into the doctor's office.
Right.
That's bull crap, man. Come right out of their Social Security check. The only way they can pay it, that or don't go to the doctor.
And that's why a lot of people end up not going to the doctor, right? That's they let their conditions get worse,
And they do, and end up. There's a lot of people that don't take their meds, Steve. I take my meds religiously because, trust me, I'm diabetic, and I know the end score if I don't do it. And thank God, right now I'm keeping my health. You know, I'm one of these people, Steve. I love to work. Okay? Retirement to me, retirement, because I've been everywhere. How many cruises have I been on with you? What is there left for me to do in life other than just go be a volunteer at the local soup kitchen or, you know, going out here and cutting somebody's grass that needs help? I love to work. But if I'm going to work, I want my tax money to work for me. But now, with that said, if I'm working under President Trump's leadership, I feel like I will get a bigger bang for my buck, you know, through all of his policies, whether it be drill, low-cost fuel. Hell, it costs me better than $100 fuel my pickup up every time I fill it up. God, man, back when he was president before, it only cost me $50. That's a $50 difference. And that hurts, you know.
And it all adds up, absolutely.
Yeah, and so am I asking for something as a senior that right now my health, come March, I'm back out on the road. I love sleeping in every morning. I love getting up and just doing what I want to do. But God, I have this desire to be back out there working while my health will allow it. And so prayerfully, come March, I'm back out there on the road, and the company I'm going to go back with, the company I left. I've made a deal with them that I will probably work 6-7 months a year. And they're happy with that. They've got some seasonal work, and I'm happy with what the requirements of it, and I'm going to go do it if my health will let me. And if it don't, then I guess I'm up a creek without a paddle. But I keep harping on the same thing. What are you going to do for the seniors? When are you going to make their tax dollars that they've worked their asses off work for them? And unfortunately, a friend of mine that's got the brain cancer, let's say he did a year from now, let's say he did survive it, and it's going to eat up his savings. I know it's going to. Mm-hmm. How the hell is he going to recover? He has no way of recovering. Am I saying something wrong? People not hearing me? Lauren Wees, you, I understand how you feel. I respect you the way you feel. I mentioned something about Bernie Sanders was telling Joe Biden, you need to take care of the Social Security senior people. You need to take care of the working class. You need to tell the working class what you're going to do for them. Quit worrying about all these fringe groups. Okay, it come from those words come from Bernie Sanders. That sounds like he wants socialism. That's not what he wants. That's no different than me saying I want my damn tax dollars working for me. You understand what I'm saying?
It's a lot more than the president. I mean, it's Congress that makes Congress. Yes. Congress holds the purse strings. Anywhere money goes in D.C. is controlled by Congress. So it's not only Donald Trump, but who's going to do a better job at doing what you're requesting when it comes to the Congress.
The only thing that I don't see the Democrats. Okay, I don't see you recovering from all this fiasco that's going on. Unfortunately, President Biden, his health is just going to keep him from getting back in. That's just, prayers for him. I mean, every time I see him on TV, I'm thinking, God, man, you can take another step and you're going to die right here on camera. But they're going to try to make a run to keep control of Congress and the Senate. The main thing is the Senate. That's the main control they want. But we, the American people, if we're going to elect Trump, we've got to give him a Senate and a Congress that will work with him, not one that's going to be divisive. I pray that will happen. So,
because that's where you end up. Yeah, that's where you end up with the proverbial stalemate. The Senate, anything the House passes, the Senate says no. and nothing ever makes it to the president's desk, and you're stuck. You're just at a stalemate.
Right. And so we got to give the man a conservative Republican Congress and a conservative Republican Senate. And, minus the Senate, what's his name from Kentucky?
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, it's time for that bird. It's time for him to hit the road, Jack. Time for you to retire. Another thing, the 2025, have you studied on any of that?
Honestly,
the 2025 that the Democrats are really trying to peddle to the American people that this is what Trump's going to do. Have you studied it?
I have not, no.
Well, you need to study that moment because President Trump, they might be one or two. All that is this Republican group saying, hey, Mr. President, adopt these policies on your agenda. He's not going to do all that. My brother's so upset about it, he can't see straight, and I've told him, come on. They're not going to put you in a damn gas chamber because you're gay. It's not going to happen.
They're actually saying that? Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're going to put a pink triangle on me. I said, okay, well, I'll wear a damn shirt too with a pink triangle. But they're not going to haul you to a damn gas chamber. It's not going to happen. But some of the other stuff that they're talking about, they're wanting a strong border policy. Yeah, he's going to adopt that. Naturally, that's one of the things we all want to stop.
Exactly.
So, anyway, I don't know. I watched this tonight, and I think, okay, tell me about the seniors, President Trump. Tell me about the seniors. Never heard that out of you. Not one damn word. So, am I saying I'm not going to vote for him? I'm not going to sit there and tell you that. I'm damn sure going to vote for him before I vote for Kamala Harris, that's for sure. But at the same time, we got Robert Kennedy out there. I ain't really paid any attention to what he's saying. The Democrats were smart. They just adopt him on their candidate and let them get after it. But who am I? I'm just a truck driver. Steve, I love your show. I love listening to everybody, and everybody be safe out there.
All right. Thank you much. Big Ed, are you with me? There you go. I know he mentioned Lauren Weiss. Lauren actually wants to follow up on what Big Ed had to say. I'm looking at, I guess this was a bit of an opinion piece from Forbes now. And not necessarily a conservative-leaning publication, right? But it says the Republican Party platform, orchestrated by former President Trump, filled with promises for those it calls our great seniors, but there's little or no real policy behind most of the pledges. And the document's filled with many irreconcilable contradictions, according to this piece. This will be the Republicans' election year policy framework coming out of the nominating convention, which we just wrapped up. It recognizes some critical needs of seniors and sets goals that would improve their quality of life and that of their families, but it rarely describes how Trump and the Republican Party would achieve those goals. Social Security. The document's full of uppercase promises such as fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. The bold pledge ignores one reality. Within about a decade, absent major changes, the Social Security Trust Fund will have only enough money to pay about 78% of promised benefits. That means a typical retiree receiving about $1,900 a month in benefits would see their payments decline by more than $400. In other words, those promised no cuts are not possible without major reforms. But the platform is completely mute on what they would do. Medicare, same story. The platform promises no cuts, but it's silent on how to make the troubled hospital insurance trust fund solvent. It does make one promise. Republicans will protect Medicare's finances from being financially crushed by the Democrat plan to add tens of millions of new illegal immigrants to the rolls of Medicare. You know, undocumented immigrants are not eligible for Medicare. Undocumented workers must pay the Medicare payroll tax, but they cannot collect benefits. Thus, they make Medicare's finances stronger, not weaker, and very few Democrats support expanding Medicare benefits to the undocumented. Again, these are opinion pieces. I don't know about that. What is Gavin Newsom doing in the state of California? Gavin may be the Democrat nominee. Very good possibility, distinct possibility. And he's looking to doing just that, free health care for all those illegals in California. He would probably take that to a national level. But we'll pick up there after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Bangladesh has issued a high security alert for the entire country a day after at least 24 people were killed in a mass agitation led by students in the country. More than 30 people have died in clashes between students and government forces this week. Neha Punia has more.
Even as the government has announced a state of emergency, telecommunications services across Bangladesh have been widely curtailed. Locals say they are unable to access news websites or make calls through the internet. Some say they are able to place voice calls, but a ban on mobile internet seems to have now been extended to cover broadband services as well. This comes after Thursday saw a sharp escalation in clashes and violence, with tens of thousands of students clashing with the police, who in turn used rubber bullets, tear gas shells and sound grenades to push protesters back. Students want an end to a quota system that gives a third of all government jobs to families of war veterans who fought for the country's independence in 1971. The government says the Supreme Court will take a call on that next month. Neha Punia, New Delhi.
Japan and South Korea, America's two most powerful allies in the Pacific, are tightening security ties amid increasing concerns over China's assertiveness in the region and North Korean threats, according to Japan's top general. It follows a meeting between top uniformed officers of Japan, the United States and South Korea in Tokyo. Laura Westbrook reports.
The defense chiefs from the United States, Japan, and South Korea agreed to continue to strengthen trilateral security cooperation. They also urged North Korea to cease its destabilizing activities, such as its nuclear development program, and also condemned its expanding military ties with Russia. They said they opposed unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force in the Indo-Pacific region, given what they called China's escalatory, dangerous, and aggressive behavior in the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump is preparing to address the Republican National Convention on the final night of the 4-day event. Trump says he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Milwaukee.
It is obviously a massive night here for Donald Trump, the first time that he will have addressed the American public since the assassination attempt against him last weekend. So everybody waiting to see what he has to say about that awful incident. But in the run-up to the big speech by Donald Trump, the convention will be hearing from several figures who may be auditioning for a role in a second Trump administration. And they include the former Fox News television polemicist Tucker Carlson, hotly tipped to play some kind of role in a second Trump term. He's been sitting alongside the former president in the family's viewing stand at the convention for much of the early nights of this event.
The walls are closing in on Joe Biden. The U.S. president is facing his strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for the second term. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. Benji Haya is by the White House and has been following a difficult 24 hours for its current resident.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death.
The U.S. Secret Service was reportedly told about a suspicious man using a rangefinder 20 minutes before a gunman opened fire at Donald Trump on Saturday. FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio, and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
What do you say? Here comes a Friday. Weekend is upon us. Buckeye Boy checks in from Blue Ridge, Georgia tonight. A very nice 69 degrees. Well, the group went out on the boat after I made everybody breakfast yesterday morning. Bacon, scrambled eggs with cheese, biscuits, and gravy. You're making me hungry there, Buckeye boy. When they got on the water, it absolutely poured rain, and they couldn't get out. Yeah, so we called it a day. After about an hour of getting drenched, rained so hard the bilge pump and the boat kicked in. Just got finished playing euchre, and they're all getting up at 6:30 a.m. to try it again. I'm not getting up that early, so we'll have breakfast ready when they get back. I thought it was a great end to the Republican National Convention tonight, and President Trump's granddaughter, Kay, made a great speech, but it was her first public speech. I'll be listening in for a while tonight and Sunday night on my way to Columbus. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Oh, and it was good to see Tucker Carlson making a speech tonight as well. Hello to Cripshot. Check it in from watching The Next President. Great speech. Go Trump. Okay, talking about the older people. Timothy checks in this morning. I'm on Social Security, $1,700 a month. $194 come out of that, Medicare plus federal taxes. I still get a bill from my doc, $178, plus $79 for labs, not counting my meds. That ain't much to live on, right? He went on to say, Trump did say he will get seniors better Medicare and Social Security. Let's see, Kevin, listening into Big Ed there, he said, well, Big Ed, you lost me when you invoked Bernie Sanders. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Yeah, Sanders, he's not a socialist. He is a bona fide communist. Okay. All right, then Roki says, hello. Hey, but he points out non-U.S. citizens can get SSI/Medicaid if they're classified as refugees, asylees, or in the U.S. under other humanitarian programs. From the U.S. Gov website. All right, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. How we doing out there?
Morning, Steve. I wanted to, Big Ed had some good points there, and one of the things I don't hear anybody talking about is that I was born in 1964, so I'm the very last year. There's 18 years worth of baby boomers out there, so I'm the very last year of that. And you know, I was earlier this year, I was thinking about that. January 1st of next year, there won't be a baby boomer anywhere in the world that's going to be in their 50s anymore. So that means in the next 10 years, I'll be 70, and that's when they're saying a lot of this stuff's going to deplete out, is in that next 10 years. And I'm like him. I don't hear him coming up with any kind of a plan. There's a guy that's got a YouTube channel called Valuetainment. It's Patrick Bet-David is his name, and he's made his fortune on the insurance. He's real smart monetarily, and he did a whole thing on Social Security one time, and he showed how, you know, when they first started it, most people weren't living more than 2 or 3 years after they work, and he worked it all the way up that now, for it to stay fluid, we really need to be waiting until we're 83 years old to take it. So I don't know what the solution is they're going to come up with. I mean, they need to take their damn focus off all this climate change and green energy crap and quit spending their money on that and put it more back into trying to keep this thing solvent. Because what's going to happen is I'm a person that's invested most of my life, so I've got some of that going on too. But when they talk about taxing the rich, that means that they're going to come after your 401k, they're going to come after your other investments, and I don't see how they're going to make any of this work without screwing us working people and seniors, because they eventually got to come in doing it and raising taxes. And how do you get anybody convinced to do that?
Mm-hmm. Valid points.
You know,
and honestly, you said, you wait till you're 83. Hell, how many of us are going to make it to the age of 83?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. I mean, I'm planning on. I just got a printout here sent to me a while back, and right now the way I understand it is, if you go till 67, then you can pull on your full Social Security and still work full time and make that money and keep everything. If you go till 70, it'll pad it a little bit. So I'm planning on going till I'm 70 if I can. But because by then I'm going to be that first wave of people that they're going to start cutting that. I think it's going to be 21%. They're saying so. I heard Donald Trump say that tonight he was going to take care of us, but what's the plan for doing that? Who are they gonna? Somewhere along the line they gotta go rip somebody off in order, rob Peter to pay Paul on this deal. So I don't know what the solution's going to be, other than maybe they're going to start passing a law here in 10 years where they just shoot you when you get to a certain age or something. I really, like I said, I don't know any real solutions to it. I mean, when they talk, the other thing is too that they try to gaslight people on is they talk about taxing billionaires. Well, most billionaires, they don't even make a salary anyway, so they really don't have anything to tax, and they don't pay into any Social Security as it is, because they funnel all their money through companies or through like Bill Gates and
Sure.
Warren Buffett started that foundation. I mean, I'm thinking of starting the Starving Truckers Foundation and being the head of it. I can pay myself a salary and get everybody to donate to it. Then you don't get paid. You don't pay taxes or anything. So I really don't know what the solution is, but I know that Bernie Sanders isn't the guy to look to for that, because he's just a flat out communist. I mean, the guy spent time in Moscow, and when I was in D.C. doing that lobbying for the livestock hours of service stuff, we actually got he was one of the few people that we met that we didn't meet his advisors. And he's a good guy to talk to, but he's really out there on his whole ideology that he's got. And I would support him in a heartbeat, because their whole idea, all them socialist ideas, putting everybody on the same nickel, and that's what happened to Venezuela. And you just pull any Russian truck driver over out here and talk to him for 10 minutes, and he'll tell you there ain't no way in hell you want to have a guy like that in charge. So, but I don't know if anybody's got any ideas. They need to pass them on, because Big Ed's right. They're not giving us any solutions, the Democrats or the Republicans, on what they're going to do to make this right without us all having to lose a bunch of money in the process of having it done. So
very good.
That's all I got to say, Steve.
Hey, great to hear from you, Lauren Weiss. Watch your speed out there. You got that powerful chrome-plated cow truck rolling at a high rate of speed. All righty. Multiple wildfires in Oregon burned more than 30,000 acres and counting. The emergency waiver remains in effect, suspending hours of service regulations for carriers and drivers providing direct assistance there. The East Oregonian reported that lightning storms, gusty winds, and dry conditions were factors in the significant spread of wildfires. Oregon officials invoked the state's Emergency Conflagration Act, while task forces have been mobilized in Benton, Marion, and Polk counties. The conditions our firefighters are up against are extraordinarily challenging. We are working to provide the needed resources to protect our communities from many wildfires burning across the state, according to the state fire marshal. I cannot stress enough the importance of preventing any new fires and being prepared in the event you need to evacuate. Now, the emergency conditions, motor carriers and drivers must comply with all the size and weight restrictions. Vehicles responding to emergencies are required to enter open scale facilities when the posted signage before a scale reads, all trucks over 20,000 gross vehicle weight, next right. Vehicles must also enter scale facilities without that signage posted if they have a gross weight of 10,000 pounds or greater, unless they're operating with red warning lights and or a siren. Anyway, the exception from hours of service shall not exceed the duration of direct assistance in providing emergency relief. Those subject to an out-of-service order are not eligible for this exemption. The Oregon Department of Emergency Management has all the latest evacuation information and other resources on their website. And as we roll into the weekend here, they were talking concerns about the continued excessive heat, the dry thunderstorms, as they call them, lightning strikes, with thunderstorms that are not producing rainfall, the recipe for wildfires. Back to your calls right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Big Ed responding to Lauren Weiss. He says, bingo. Bingo, Lauren Weiss, spot on. Hey, Buckeye Boy, let me see. I'm paying $1,400 a month, plus deductibles and script costs. I can't wait for someone to try and get insurance costs down. I was also at a Rush Truck Service Center getting a part for one of my Hinos and noticed that the hourly rate was $241 an hour labor rate, or $555 that includes 2 hours labor just to do a diagnostic. Wow. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Friday, TGIF coming on. Dan, what's on your mind this morning? Hey there.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Good.
This is Dan.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, I fell asleep last night, but I was trying to hear, I didn't call in about this, but I was going to say on the shooter up in Butler, Pennsylvania, Did anybody see him carry that gun, that AR, up to that roof, or had they determined? Was the gun there, and then he came down and started walking around, then went back up there?
I have not seen any reporting. Everything I have seen said that he was spotted with like the rangefinder. He was suspicious, but all the reports said he was suspicious, but they never said no one ever saw a gun.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I mean, again, no drones, no chopper.
Bingo. Yep.
The chopper doesn't have to be right there, but it can be there instantaneously, hovering away, a mile away, and be there very quickly. But I just was curious how he got it shocks me that they lost him on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a gun with him, didn't have a weapon with him when he was on the ground. Did you see those pictures of him walking around that building? So I didn't know if you had discussed that last night or not, when he might have gotten a gun up there, because he scoped the place out early. And again, if they had had aerial surveillance, somebody would have saw a gun laying up there, on top of the roof.
Correct.
But the other question that I had was, with Biden, doesn't he have to be nominated first in order to release that money?
Well, we've got we've got all the details on that. I was going to get to at some point this way. The $91 million question, they're saying, what happens to the Biden campaign money? I've got a full breakdown.
Actually, these people have got to be the biggest hypocrites in the world, the Democrats. They have been harping about democracy. And what happened to all the people that voted in the primary for Joe Biden? They voted for Joe Biden, not another candidate. I mean, do they just diss their that's the end of their... Remember, they were going to make democracy an issue in this election?
Right.
And so Joe Biden won all the primaries in huge numbers.
And I didn't know. And that's what they're saying right now. All those delegates that he won, at this point, they are locked in where they have to vote for Joe Biden. Now, Joe can, if he steps aside, apparently he can release those delegates, and then they could host what they call an open convention, where all those delegates that are required to vote for him can vote for another candidate. Now, he has to release them.
Well, because Kamala Harris, the vice president, was on the ballot, I believe she would have to release them also. In other words, what I read was, since she was on the ballot, she could lay claim to that $91 million if she became the nominee, since she was on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not really sure. I guess what bothers me about these people, and when I say these people, these Democrats, and anybody that has any type of a votes for them, they're hypocrites. And if Biden was 5 points up in the polls, his lack of acuity and physical
it would mean nothing.
Wouldn't make a damn bit of difference. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Wouldn't make a bit of difference. But because he's behind, and I've never heard of an election where they can knock somebody out of that because they're losing the election. And so that I just was curious about it. I guess it'll all play out. I did like the president's speech very much. I liked the whole convention, especially like Tucker Carlson. But the other question was about this Social Security. Well, I'll tell you one way I feel they can shore it up. And it may be a sore spot, especially with some of your listeners, is to enforce the wage and hour restrictions that this whole subcontractor thing, the 1099, I really think that's being abused. I know it's being abused. And we don't have enough people in this country. We don't. We're at zero population growth right now. And I'm not opposed to legal immigration, but I am definitely for legal employment. And I can't tell you the number of people that I know of that don't pay any Social Security taxes or payroll taxes, Medicare taxes on their employees. In other words, they pay them cash. And if they're lucky, they get a 1099. And if companies are required to play by the rules, which is the test if you are an employee or a subcontractor, and if all employers are required to do that, well, then they need to enforce the law. Because, as I said before, there's a number, you're allowed, I think, to pay up to $600 without withholding taxes and paying payroll taxes. And a lot of these illegal immigrants, and you come over here without proper following our laws, you're illegal. They're working for these people.
Yep.
And I mean, they're openly courting them. And President Trump's got a point. You know, I see people in the inner city who are not working. I'm not saying they can't find a job. I don't know. But then on the other hand, especially in the landscaping and the roofing industry, I see people, I wonder if they can read the street signs.
Absolutely. Hey, Dan, we got to pause there. We'll be back after this on a Friday.
Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The walls are closing in for Joe Biden. The US president is now facing the strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for a second term as president. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. FSN's Benji Heyer in Washington has been following what has been a difficult 24 hours for the US president.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death. Benji Heyer, Washington.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump is just hours away from his headline speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump says that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. FSN Simon Marks is at the convention site in Milwaukee and says there are multiple big speeches in the coming hours ahead of Donald Trump.
We're also going to be hearing from the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Possible that he is eyeing the opportunity to get his old job back should Donald Trump win in November. Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will be addressing the convention. We're also going to be looking for an appearance by Melania Trump, the former and possibly future First Lady of the United States. She has not been at the convention so far this week, but we are told that she will definitely be in the arena supporting her husband tonight.
The European Commission has re-elected Ursula von der Leyen as president following a secret ballot among members of the European Parliament. She won by a much larger margin than was expected at the vote in Strasbourg. This will be her second 5-year term, following her first election win back in 2019. On International Nelson Mandela Day, the United Nations Secretary-General says combating poverty and inequality is everyone's duty. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres urged people around the world to do something good today in remembrance of Mandela.
We can choose to eradicate poverty. We can choose to transform the international economic and financial system in the name of equity. Every one of us can contribute through actions large and small.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back, another hour underway. Actually, bottom of the hour, hour number 2. Now, let me go ahead and throw this your way since Dan's on hold, because he's asking about the $91 million question. What happens to Biden's campaign money? It's a massive bank account that could benefit an alternate candidate if he drops out. But campaign finance rules limit how that cash could be spent. With the word coming down that looks like he may be dropping out this weekend, they're saying. Okay. So Biden's campaign reported to the Federal Election Commission last month that it had $91 million in the bank at the end of May. That's a lot of money. Less than the $116 million the Trump campaign had filed they had in the bank. Both campaigns are due on Saturday, this Saturday, to disclose updated financial figures. That would include for the month of June. Experts on campaign finance law disagree on how readily the money could change hands. A lawyer at the Campaign Legal Center, a nonpartisan watchdog group, said there are 2 scenarios in which control of that money could be seamlessly transferred to a new candidate. If that candidate were Vice President Kamala Harris, or if Harris became the running mate of a new candidate. As Biden's current running mate, Harris, as her name appears alongside Biden's on the campaign's registration documents. Now, he says if Harris remains on the ticket as either the presidential or vice presidential candidate, the new ticket would maintain access to all those funds. You've got Brad Smith, a law professor at Capital University and a Republican former Federal Election Commission commissioner. He said some legal interpretations might not sanction a Harris ticket taking control of the money if Biden were to drop out of the race before he's formally nominated by the party. That's a procedure that's expected in the coming weeks. Under that argument, she's not officially the nominee, right? So it's not partly her money, he said. He said federal regulators in the past have made legal arguments suggesting such a transfer would be permitted, but that Republican lawyers may file a legal complaint anyway if Biden dropped out after he and Harris were the official nominees. Harris' legal claim on the money would be much clearer. Now, what happens if Harris isn't on the ticket? Because of rules limiting the size of campaign contributions, a Democrat ticket with two new candidates could accept a few $1,000s directly from Biden's campaign account. Biden would have the option of refunding contributions to donors who could then donate the money to the new campaign. But under a more likely scenario, Biden would take advantage of rules that allow unlimited transfers to the candidate's political party. In that case, Biden's Democrat Party could spend the money supporting the party's new candidate. Isn't that the same as transferring the money to a presidential campaign? They say no. While the party can spend unlimited sums on television ads and other means to support its candidate, the party can only coordinate $32 million of that spending with the campaign, according to the election rules. The other disadvantage of a large transfer is that campaigns are legally entitled to heavily discounted television advertising rates in the last 60 days before an election. Party committees, as well as super PACs and other big money groups, do not get those discounts, and they can pay significantly more for each and every ad. So pretty much, I guess there's two arguments there that could come into play there, Dan.
Well, yeah, I mean, I thought he would have to accept he'd have to be nominated and accept the nomination, and then he would then could lay claim on the money. Mm-hmm. Him and Harris together. And then if he drops out, then someone else, you know what I'm saying? They could nominate somebody else to take his place. But the money would already be in the campaign. So I mean, that's the way I heard on a podcast.
Correct.
But technically speaking, he would have to accept that nomination. Now, the DAs that they are, he wanted to speed up that nominating process and do a virtual nomination and acceptance. Of course, he'll have his number one reason, COVID, right? So if he does goes ahead and gets that done, then they could move on. I mean, if I was him, honestly, I would not give up the seat. I hope this man is not stupid enough not to be bartering or bargaining an amount to get off the ticket. In other words, buy me off of this ticket.
Right.
Once again, right, Steve? Democracy. So that's our issues, democracy. But, getting back to that Social Security, I waited till I was 70, and there was quite a boost in my Social Security. But until they start getting more people paying in, I mean, the cut is not 21%, it's 26%. Then they have to mandatorily, when it drops a certain amount, go ahead and cut our Social Security 26%. And for some people, that's the taxes they're having withheld from the Social Security, because you still have to pay taxes on your Social Security. You don't pay you just have to pay federal withholding tax. And that's about what most people have them withhold, is 25% or 30%. So if you cut that, I mean, it's a vicious cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, don't get me wrong. I tried to be fair to Biden. And I don't know what the guy was serious about or not, but at one point they were going to try to crack down on this incorrect classification of people to independent contractor status when they should be an employee. And quite frankly, it pisses me off that as much of that goes on as does, because you're really cheating the employee out of Social Security money down the road. You're cheating them out of a retirement. And I don't know what President Trump will do. I mean, I think he was going to crack down on that also through the wage and hour. And I don't know how many people are in that type of category as 1099. If you're not, then if you are, don't you have to pay like self-employment tax?
Right.
Which is like 9, or instead of the whatever the Social Security tax is, it's 9 point something %, and you got to pay your own FUTA tax. And so it's just, and as I said before, these illegal immigrants is the labor force, and I don't have any problem with people. We don't have people to take the jobs, but you need to come here legally, and you need to be vetted properly. And that, I could care less about some employer trying to make extra money by hiring people illegally. And again, giving credit to somebody that you and I we voted for, Romney, but he did make one point. He goes, one way to stop it is to make it so costly for an employer, most of them won't be able to stay in business if they do it. If they hire somebody who's not legal to be here off the payroll. So, but anyway, that's, I appreciate you clarifying that as much as you can about that.
Right.
About that. Yeah, I still don't understand. I don't know what the results is going to be. I'll tell you, from a standpoint, he'd be better resign from the presidency and let Harris take over, because that's the only way she's going to be the nominee, coming in as the president. I mean, she doesn't stand a chance of being the nominee. I don't think so.
And I think that's what behind the scenes, most of the Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's, that's what they're all asking for Joe to free up his delegates so we can have an open convention, because the polls show Kamala doing worse than Joe, apparently.
Well, if he frees his up, doesn't she have to free hers up also?
There's another question I don't know the answer to. I think
because
if he frees them up, the way it sounded, if he frees up the delegates, they can vote for Kamala, but they're not necessarily required to.
Yeah, well, she's part of the team. Steve, one other thing I was thinking about, I know that these candidates, when they get down to, like, they all have their little political funds, or not little, but they've got political action funds, they're whatever it is.
Right.
By 2024. Well, when they get down to the fact they're not running anymore, can they not convert some of that campaign money to themselves? I believe they can. I'll Google the question and email you. But I read that one time where some guy who was running for office in Missouri got down that he wasn't going to run anymore. So he paid his house off and built the swimming pool. And they said he did it with campaign contributions, and it was proven that he could do that. I mean, he don't have to say what he did with the money, but I believe they can convert that money to personal use. I'll check that out. But it kind of surprised me, and that's what quite frankly, the Bidens are broke again. I mean, you don't go out and borrow $25,000 second mortgage when you're the president of the United States at age 81. If you don't have $25,000 saved up by then, you got a problem.
Somewhere down the line here, a week or two ago, I'm going to try to pull that back up. I think it was Glenn Beck was sharing the number of times Biden has refinanced the home, and it's numerous occasions.
Oh my gosh, yes. And he's refinancing it from lower interest rates to higher rates, and I'm not gloating over that. I hate to see anybody go through that. But I mean, I would think if I was him, I hope that somebody, because believe it or not, I hate his backers worse than I dislike him. And they ought to be charged with elder abuse. And they used them. They used them, and they don't need them anymore. But if I was him, I'd make sure I come out of there very whole. In other words, there's going to be a price tag to get me out of here, because this is one thing I can legally lay claim to. And you will not win in November. And I mean, who knows, if he showed that type of spunk, his poll numbers might go up. But anyway, I appreciate it, Steve. So, I fell asleep last night, and I was waiting to hear if you knew anything of how that guy got that gun up there or when he got it up there.
Right.
My God, if they saw him carrying a gun up there, I think it's hopeless.
Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing. Everyone that spotted the guy or whatever, even supposedly when the sniper saw him like on none of them ever reported seeing a weapon.
Well, can I ask you one other thing? Who did shoot him? Who did kill him? Was that a Secret Service or was that a local?
Well, that all kind of changed yesterday as well. Most of us were
right. That's what. Yeah. I was listening to you last night, and I remember that's one thing I heard. Did you find out who did actually not take him down?
The report. Most of us thought it was the sniper that was on the roof there, that was on the television camera that we all saw. That was like 150 yards away or whatever. Word comes out this past day that I guess there were other sniper teams, and evidence of a 448-yard shot was submitted to the Secret Service shortly after the guy was killed. So they're trying to explain how that all worked out. Let me go ahead and give you the details there. One of the shots that helped take out the would-be assassin came from law enforcement, a sniper nearly 450 yards away. According to special operations experts, evidence of the 448-yard shot were submitted to the Secret Service shortly after Crooks was killed, according to two elite experts who have frequently served in security missions globally. They're often called on to train snipers for the Secret Service, SWAT, and sniper teams at many federal agencies and tactical teams at state and local law enforcement agencies. The sources expressed a firm belief that the much closer snipers that were stationed about 150 yards away, just behind the speaker's platform, did not kill Crooks. When Crooks fired his first shot at Trump, one of those snipers visibly flinched, took his eye from the scope, and raised his head. When he returned to the rifle, the barrel was aimed too low for the trajectory needed to hit the gunman. We all saw the flinch, and he pulled away. Just these actions, the experts said, are indicative of what they consider a B team or even possibly C team sniper. Top tier A team operators do not flinch at the sound of a rifle's report. Now, the two snipers on the barn behind Trump appeared to be using .308 caliber Remington Model 700 bolt-action variants. Those are not the types of rifles used by the Secret Service A-Team snipers. For normal operations, Secret Service snipers use semi-automatic .308 rifles, such as the Knights Armament Company SR-25 or a high-quality AR-10 variant that has interchangeability with the SR-25. For long-range operations, they use a bolt-action .338 Lupa Magnum rifles. They were speaking anonymously because they were not part of the official shooting investigation. But they said visual evidence, including telemetry data from the sniper's rifle, indicating the distance and the 10-mile-per-hour wind blowing at the time of the shot. It is not known whether the 3 bullet wounds observed on Crook's body after death came from the same sniper or multiple shooters. One of those rounds struck Crooks in the left side of his face. So everything has been changing. It's all been fluid. But again, I was under the impression it was that sniper we were all watching. But he did flinch, clearly, visibly flinched, took his eye off the scope there. Pappy, we all noticed that. So, my line of thinking was, once he put his eye back on the scope, I thought, man, he got that shot off quick, but I guess maybe he wasn't the one.
Well, I mean, Steve, we talked about that one of the first nights when I brought that up, about him taking his eye off of the scope.
Right.
Just that fraction. And the other guy flinched, the other guy next to him. And he flinched, and the other guy started crawling down. That's why I started saying to myself, dude, who are these snipers? What is this counter sniper team? Because I'm telling you, any special forces with experience overseas would not have acted like that.
And that's what they were saying. I guess an A team, they wouldn't flinch, right? They are trained not to flinch.
Steve, I swear I was thinking it to myself the first night I brought it up, but, you don't want to badmouth people, I mean, shots are being fired. Hell, I'll probably flinch. But that's what I'm talking about. When you're talking about the president and the threat level that Trump had, dude, they need the best in the world up there. Not some local law enforcement sniper team.
Right.
They don't have the experience. Now, you remember when we were talking on the phone the other morning after the show? I said, I guarantee you they had a .308. The other sniper team, the other counter sniper team's close in. Probably an AR-10 platform, Steve. An AR-15, right, shoots a .223 round. An AR-10 looks like an AR-15, but it shoots a bigger diameter bullet, like a .308. You can get them in different calibers. Once you get up over to .223, they go into the .308s. They started calling it an AR-10 platform. But to the unexperienced person, if I seen an AR-10, I could tell you by looking at it, because the magazine that feeds up in there is going to be longer and bigger. But your average person wouldn't know. They would say, yeah, it's an AR-10. And the .338 Lapua is a long-range sniper round. It's used for hunting, and it's used for long-range competition shooting. Now, maybe not too much in competition shooting. They get down into the 6 millimeters, like a 6.5 Creedmoor. They kind of The 338 Lapul is a badass round. Let me tell you, you can drop an elk at 1,000 yards with that thing. Bongino reported. You ready for this? I don't know if it's been on your show. Like I said, I missed a couple hours, so I don't know if you reported on this or not. That there was supposed to be a counter sniper team on that roof. A Secret Service counter sniper team attached to the Secret Service, that is, on that roof. That Joe Biden had something going on the same day they pulled that counter sniper team. Did you hear that?
I heard something about, I think it may not have been Joe, it may have been Jill. Jill Biden had something going on, and they were stretched thin. Yeah, I did hear that. Yes. All right, so the plot thickens. Hold the thought, though. We hit the closeout hour number 2. We are rolling into a Friday. Turn the page on the calendar, 19th day of July. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Bangladesh has issued a high security alert for the entire country a day after at least 24 people were killed in a mass agitation led by students in the country. More than 30 people have died in clashes between students and government forces this week. Neha Punia has more.
Even as the government has announced a state of emergency, telecommunications services across Bangladesh have been widely curtailed. Locals say they are unable to access news websites or make calls through the internet. Some say they are able to place voice calls, but a ban on mobile internet seems to have now been extended to cover broadband services as well. This comes after Thursday saw a sharp escalation in clashes and violence, with tens of thousands of students clashing with the police, who in turn used rubber bullets, tear gas shells and sound grenades to push protesters back. Students want an end to a quota system that gives a third of all government jobs to families of war veterans who fought for the country's independence in 1971. The government says the Supreme Court will take a call on that next month. Neha Punia, New Delhi.
Japan and South Korea, America's two most powerful allies in the Pacific, are tightening security ties amid increasing concerns over China's assertiveness in the region and North Korean threats, according to Japan's top general. It follows a meeting between top uniformed officers of Japan, the United States and South Korea in Tokyo. Laura Westbrook reports.
The defense chiefs from the United States, Japan, and South Korea agreed to continue to strengthen trilateral security cooperation. They also urged North Korea to cease its destabilizing activities, such as its nuclear development program, and also condemned its expanding military ties with Russia. They said they opposed unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force in the Indo-Pacific region, given what they called China's escalatory, dangerous and aggressive behavior in the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump is preparing to address the Republican National Convention on the final night of the 4-day event. Trump says he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Milwaukee.
It is obviously a massive night here for Donald Trump, the first time that he will have addressed the American public since the assassination attempt against him last weekend. So everybody waiting to see what he has to say about that awful incident. But in the run-up to the big speech by Donald Trump, the convention will be hearing from several figures who may be auditioning for a role in a second Trump administration. And they include the former Fox News television polemicist Tucker Carlson, hotly tipped to play some kind of role in a second Trump term. He's been sitting alongside the former president in the family's viewing stand at the convention for much of the early nights of this event.
The walls are closing in on Joe Biden. The U.S. president is facing his strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for the second term. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. Benji Haya is by the White House and has been following a difficult 24 hours for its current resident.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death.
The U.S. Secret Service was reportedly told about a suspicious man using a rangefinder 20 minutes before a gunman opened fire at Donald Trump on Saturday. FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, welcome back. as we welcome in the Mountain Time Zone into a Friday. All right, weekend coming on. We'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. First, let me get back to Pappy here. So, I don't know. I was trying to. I was remembering some of the various maps that we had seen earlier in the week of the different buildings and things of that nature. 448 yards. That's. I remember there was a water tower, supposedly, like way out there. You think that might have been a sniper on that water tower, possibly?
That's a good possibility, Steve. Yeah, but and 440 yards, now we're starting to talk some business, right?
Yeah.
Now we're talking some business here. No, Bongino reported that there was an assigned counter sniper that follows Trump's team that was supposed to be on that building.
Yeah.
Now I want you to remember how they were talking about there was law enforcement on the inside of that building. Okay?
Yep.
That sniper team was pulled because Joe Biden was doing something that day, so they pulled that sniper team to be with Joe Biden, who has a lesser threat level. Now, I want you to think of this, Steve. What maybe led to some of all this confusion is that if there was supposed to be a counter sniper team on that roof and it got pulled at the last minute, and they know that there's a sniper team inside that building, that could maybe justify why maybe somebody wasn't too quick on pulling that trigger. Did they have concerns that might have been a law enforcement officer or a counter sniper team member up on that roof?
Right.
So, before you go pulling a trigger, because there ain't no pulling that bullet back, man, you better be 100% sure. So that, if some people are talking, why didn't they shoot him? Why didn't they shoot him? Well, maybe was there some confusion? Hey, there's supposed to be a sniper team on there. There was word that it got pulled, but did it? Was it somebody inside the building, maybe getting up on top of the roof? Man, we better be sure before we go pulling this trigger. I don't know. But Bongino did report that, yes, there was a report, and his sentence was that another law enforcement, I don't know if it was Secret Service or law enforcement, fired a shot at the sniper when he was on the roof, but it was unclear at this time if that shot hit the sniper, hit the murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Which, Steve, I don't know. I think it was clear by the photo I sent you. That one round went right through his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Could there have been another round that hit him in the head also? Dude, I'm telling you, if that .338 LePool would have hit him in the head, it would have been a different story than even a .308 hitting him in the mouth. So I don't know about it might have been a handgun. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
The autopsy report will definitely solve that issue, and we probably won't get an answer, even if we do get one, until this whole investigation's done with and the autopsy report's completed. Steve. So the news is coming out. Communist news media is telling us that our president has COVID.
Yes.
Have you seen that video of him today trying to get up on Air Force One?
I don't think I saw that, no.
Well, he went up the back steps, Steve.
Yeah.
And I didn't think he was going to make it. I really didn't. He was looking pretty bad. But what got me, Steve, that the communist news media was nobody mentioned this. Tell me, I want to know if any of your other listeners noticed this, if they saw this clip. Steve, he wasn't wearing a mask.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think several have said
Neither
that.
were the Secret Service agents. Neither were the military personnel at the end of the steps.
Yeah.
Let me talk real quick about the convention. I'll get out here. Let me start with this. I thought the convention was #1, A+. They showed a video prior to Trump coming on. It was like a ad, right? A political ad for Trump. I thought they knocked it out of the park with that, Steve. Because I went home to watch it. I should have damn recorded the thing. So Hulk Hogan came on.
Yes.
Steve. I thought he crushed it.
Yes.
Crushed it. Eric Trump came on. Crushed it. Dana White came on, introduced him. Crushed it. Trump came on. Crushed it. However, Steve, he talked, I don't know how long that speech went on, but he talked too long, in my opinion. The first half hour, 45 minutes of that speech was one of the best speeches he ever gave. But then it just kind of seemed to go on and on and on. And if you ever watched any of his Trump rallies, you know, it's just kind of, I think it went on way too long. I think he should have cut it short. Should have stopped about a half hour, maybe 45 minutes on. Dude, I think it went on for like an hour. Did they give you the time frame? Hour and a half? I don't know. It seemed like it went on.
I'm not sure what time he took the stage, but Eskimo Mom said he had wrapped up just before midnight.
Steve, if I had to guess, it was probably an hour and a half speech. Yeah, they usually say that at the end, but I'll be honest, towards the end, Steve, I was like, it's just, you know, just started, my opinion, if you were at home watching it, towards the end of that speech, you might have been falling asleep.
Right, right.
I'm being honest, man.
Sure.
But I'll tell you what, that first half hour, I think he crushed it, man. Crushed it. And one thing the last caller was talking about was that Dan.
Correct.
Couple things to think about. Steve, these Democrats are crooked. They're going to do what they want with that money. Come on, man. They don't care about any rules, regulations. They'll make that money that money will find where it needs to be. Believe that. And if Biden don't tote the line, I hate to see him do a rally with a rooftop not being covered, because they might pull the same thing on him, which we do not want to happen. It's a shame shame them words even come out of my mouth, Steve.
Yeah.
But what the hell are you supposed to think about these days? I'm going to send you an email when I get off of here. I want you to read it real quick. Got a little issue going on here at work, so I'm going to send you an email. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully we'll figure it out here soon. So, all right, my man, I appreciate you taking the call.
All right.
Everybody be safe. Enjoy the weekend. Hammer down. Stock up, food and water.
Got to get that little public service announcement in there. There you go. Thank you, Pappy. All right, OOIDA Executive Vice President Louis Pugh said if lawmakers want to improve highway safety, they need to listen to what the truck drivers have to say. He plans to relay that message when he testifies next week at a House subcommittee hearing. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, representing small business truckers, about 150,000 members. Pugh says the highway is a trucker's office, No one cares more about highway safety than a trucker. So I can tell lawmakers, stop listening to these truck safety groups and bureaucrats. Instead, they should listen to truck drivers. The House Highways and Transit Subcommittee will meet at 9:30 a.m. Eastern next Wednesday, July 24, to examine the Department of Transportation's regulatory and administrative agenda. Although a full witness list for the hearing has not been released, Landline has confirmed Louis Pugh will be testifying. It's always a great opportunity to testify. It gives us an opportunity to inform multiple lawmakers at one time about the issues that affect truckers on a daily basis. We will be reminding lawmakers how important truckers are to the supply chain and that every regulation, good or bad, has a drastic effect on not only truckers, but the overall supply chain. Of course, the DOT's regulatory agenda includes several mandates largely opposed by truck drivers: speed limiters, automatic emergency braking systems. Yeah, the proposal to require speed limiters has now been projected to be released May of next year. They just announced that here, I think earlier this week, kicking the can. Final rule to mandate automatic emergency brakes on heavy vehicles is scheduled for January of next year. All right, so OOIDA had petitioned also about broker transparency. They're projected to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking regarding broker transparency coming up this October, just a few months away. So that'll be coming up next Wednesday, starting 9:30 a.m. Casual Friday. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking the call there. So I think that, if former President Trump becomes President Trump again, I think he has to do what a lot of us were surprised he didn't do in his first term in office, and that's to walk in and whoever was with the previous administration say, you're fired, and start all over again with people that, are supportive of his way of going there, instead of possibly having their own agendas behind his back while they're still sitting there, and he's thinking they're helping him, and they're
Right.
really not there to help him, but they're there to help themselves or whatever it is they're doing back there. But and if you remember back, what was it, 2016, when he went into office the first time, didn't he have a Republican House and a Republican Senate for the first 2 years? But because all the Republicans were all twisted up that he became president, wouldn't do anything to work with him. So the first 2 years of the administration that we had the chance of actually getting a lot of things done, even though things did get done, it not very quickly and expediently, and then all of a sudden when they lost the Senate to the Democrats, well, then all of a sudden it was, well, we should try to make things work, but then it was too late because you couldn't get bills passed out of the Congress to the president's desk for him to be able to sign anything. So it'll be interesting to see if we can, get the Senate to be turned to Republican, or at least a 50-50 mix where, would be Vice President Vance to come in and be the 51st vote like Joe Biden had with Kamala Harris, to be able to go in and be the deciding vote of the Senate. So I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see on that. Anyway, so you talk about Louis Pugh, the truck drivers, and that. We had that week of the truck driver, the officer watching the trucks and the cars for aggressive driving and all that. Have we gotten any numbers on that yet? Has anybody released any information of what they were actually able to accomplish for that week?
I haven't seen a thing on that. No.
I can honestly say for the week that I was out here, I didn't try to take vacation or anything, but the times that I was out here working, I really didn't see any extra law enforcement and really didn't see a whole lot of anything out of the normal of, vehicles being stopped, for the amount of vehicles I see stopped, and, the way people were driving around trucks and everything still seemed to be about the same. So I didn't really notice any difference there in that week of, what was it, the 7th to the 13th or something like that they were supposed to be that enforcement. So anyways, that's got the trucking part out of the business there, business done there. So listening to your news service here, this FNS or FSN or
Feature Story News, FSN, Feature Story News.
Okay. Now, did you hear that one of the things they said was that if you'd like to hear more stories or more on stories, they're posting them on Twitter, Your Honor. Did you hear them say they're posting it on Twitter?
Twitter and Facebook, I believe.
Yeah. Didn't Twitter go away a while ago and become X?
Everybody still calls it Twitter, though.
All right. I was just thinking that maybe one of these, up-to-date news services would be up-to-date on the names of I don't know. Just teasing, Your Honor. Just teasing. So I heard that out there and just thought I'd make mention of it. But I don't know. They seem to be a little more current on the news that we get to listen to, as long as you can get past here once in a while. You have to sometimes get adjusted to the Queen's good English or something to be able to comprehend the news. But at least it seems to be up to date for us, so we're kind of knowing what's going on. And,
a little bit.
Anyways, but yeah. So that was. I'm glad that Dan brought up the question, because I kind of wondered that too, because on all the reporting I'd heard, I'd never heard any reporting where the mention of a weapon was that, he was identified with having the weapon or how the weapon got there. And, of course, we all know that weapons can appear places in been done at different times. So, you look at that Las Vegas deal, the arsenal of weapons that were taken up to that room, or the rooms that they used, that guy supposedly used out there in Las Vegas. And have we ever come to a conclusion of that? I mean, was this person ever figured out that? I don't know if I ever heard of a final conclusion. Did they finally? Did they ever figure out how he did all that, and how one person could have accomplished all that? Or do you think that there were still people out there that they haven't come up with that were involved with that helped to get that situation to happen? It just, it seems like a lot more than what one person could logistically be able to accomplish. But anyway, so now I digressed to a long time ago. But yeah, the question is where, what he did for that. And I remember a long time ago, back when I first started driving, I worked with a Marine, and I forget now, it's been so long, but he told me that when he was in his sniper school there in the Corps, he was certified to some crazy, it seemed to me, ungodly type distance. That, I mean, you talk about the .308 round, and I've used a couple different rifles that used a .308 for hunting, and 150 to 200 yard shot for an amateur truck driver that's out in the field deer hunting. I can hit something and bring it down at 150, 200 yards with a .308. So I can only imagine what, somebody with, a scope that can be adjusted for elevation and, the range finding that we have now and the wind and be able to tell for all that. I can only imagine what somebody could do, as you say, 400, 450, 500 yards, pushing, depending on some of these rounds, I'm sure there's some that got to be good for 1,000 yards, I would think. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy what the ability of these people are to do that. But, you watch some of the sniper shows that are out there, and it's, what those people train to do and their abilities, and I don't know. But
supposedly
bright, shiny moon out here.
The longest ever sniper kill on record was just recently broken, supposedly by a Ukrainian sniper, 3,781 yards.
Wow.
And I think that's like 2.5 miles, 2+ miles. That's like, okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to convert real quick in my head.
The kind of deal, I guess, where somebody up on a mountaintop or a hillside, maybe shooting down the side of the.
You just have to arc. You just have to arc for gravitational pull. You have to, make the round have enough elevation that, when gravity pulls it back down, because everything that goes up
has
comes
to
down.
come down.
You have to compensate for the gravity. But yeah, I was just trying to calculate real quick, because a mile is 5,280 feet, and you're talking 3,000 yards. That's a lot. So I don't know. It's back to this whole deal of inches and millimeters. Every time you go to compare something on Amazon, one thing has inches and the other thing has millimeters. It's like, how the hell do I know what it does? It can't talk. I don't know. Anyways, but all right, casualness here. We got a almost big round circular disc up in the sky there.
Almost a full moon. Almost. I think it's either. I believe it's Saturday night into Sunday morning, the full moon. I'll double check. Roki, answering Pappy's question. According to the raw alerts, Donald Trump's acceptance speech, 92 minutes. The longest nomination acceptance speech in U.S. history.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The walls are closing in for Joe Biden. The US president is now facing the strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for a second term as president. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. FSN's Benji Hire in Washington has been following what has been a difficult 24 hours for the US president.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death. Benji Hire, Washington.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump is just hours away from his headline speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump says that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. FSN Simon Marks is at the convention site in Milwaukee and says there are multiple big speeches in the coming hours ahead of Donald Trump.
We're also going to be hearing from the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Possible that he is eyeing the opportunity to get his old job back should Donald Trump win in November. Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will be addressing the convention. We're also going to be looking for an appearance by Melania Trump, the former and possibly future First Lady of the United States. She has not been at the convention so far this week, but we are told that she will definitely be in the arena supporting her husband tonight.
The European Commission has re-elected Ursula von der Leyen as president following a secret ballot among members of the European Parliament. She won by a much larger margin than was expected at the vote in Strasbourg. This will be her second 5-year term, following her first election win back in 2019. On International Nelson Mandela Day, the United Nations Secretary-General says combating poverty and inequality is everyone's duty. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres urged people around the world to do something good today in remembrance of Mandela.
We can choose to eradicate poverty. We can choose to transform the international economic and financial system in the name of equity. Every one of us can contribute through actions large and small.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to
Good morning to the Grump. Let me see. Just my opinion. He said, Steve, Harris has no delegates. It's Biden that has the top spot on the ticket. So it's his option to choose a running mate. And he alone controls his delegates. I guess he's trying to help answer Dan's question there. If he were to resign as president, Harris would become president. But the DNC does not have to choose her as the new Democrat nominee. And all delegates at that time would be free to vote for whoever during an open convention. Harris is polling below Toe Jam and Boogers. She will not be the nominee. And that's racist, just my opinion. That's pretty rad. That's pretty bad. Toe Jam and Boogers. All right. Thank you much, Grump. So, all right. So it's that's what they're referring to when they say if Joe will relinquish his delegates, right? And they would have the open convention then. All right, Eskimo Mom on a Friday, or I guess it's more or less your hump day. Happy hump day, Eskimo Mom.
It's one of them days. But I was going to help out Dan too. That in the state of Ohio, the Democratic Party ran across a problem that their convention's not until the 15th of August, and Ohio has to have the delegates, or I should say the candidates certified by the first part of August. So for the fall election. So in the state of Ohio, the Democratic delegates had to get together, do like a Zoom call and everything, and make sure Joe Biden was certified for the election. If that helps Dan out a little bit.
Okay.
But what I wanted to call about was about you're talking about Social Security. And people have studied population, they're called demographers. They've been screaming from the rooftops for the last 40 plus years that they noticed a little bubble in the baby boomers. They're one of the largest populations, and then the Gen Xers, who's right after, we're one of the smallest. And with the way Social Security is set up, we do have that population problem where there's not enough people supporting Social Security to be able to pay out all the beneficiaries, pay the beneficiaries. And what's going to have to happen with Social Security is that, in my never be humble opinion, is that they're going. And I know I'm going to step on certain people's toes. Some of the cartoon characters know how I stand, but they're going to have some tweaks in there somewhere along the way. And the sooner they can do these smaller tweaks, especially for the 55 and younger crowd, the sooner they can do these tweaks, like raise the income cap, maybe means test Social Security, where if you've already got a pension, and if you've already got a 401k or other investments, you might get a cut of your Social Security for the time being till you work those pension, till you work all those add extra money down, and it could be raising retirement age. It could be it could be raising the taxes on Social Security instead of paying like the 6.5% on FICA. They could raise it at least 7 to 8%. And for example, it's just they can do a whole host of things. They can do smaller little tweaks now. It'll help stretch Social Security out just a little bit longer.
How about the idea that we stop sending billions and billions of dollars to other countries? How much is the price tag going to be? Because, well, at least at this point, they're working to try to make the commitment to rebuild Ukraine. We're going to rebuild it. I wouldn't be a damn bit surprised if we try to fork over a bunch of money to help rebuild Gaza. Why is it always our job to... We got to rebuild everything. We supply all the weapons to destroy it, and then we provide the funds to rebuild, right? It's let's see. Dan brought up Joe and Jill, that they had refinanced their home, and I was able to pull that story up. I saw this a couple weeks ago, and it's not like they've done it once or twice. How many times in your lifetime have you refinanced your home? President Joe and First Lady Jill have reportedly used their Delaware properties to secure numerous mortgages and refinanced them 35 times. 35 times over the past few decades, borrowing $6 million with an estimated net worth of $10 million. This extensive financial leveraging raises questions about their strategy. The refinancing pattern began in the late 1970s, shortly after their marriage. According to the report from the Daily Mail, the couple had adjusted their mortgage or credit terms roughly every 17 months. These financial decisions come under scrutiny amid examinations of the president's family's financial activities. The Biden's current home, bought in 1996, still has a $541,000 mortgage. Their previous home in Wilmington, purchased for $185,000 in 1975 and sold for $1.2 million in 1996, had 15 mortgages and lines of credit before being sold to the vice chairman of MBNA, Delaware's largest employer, which also employed Hunter Biden that year. Why would anyone view their home as an ATM? Is the question of one Los Angeles realtor and founder of RubyHomes.com. Over time, mortgage fees add up. He highlights the substantial fees associated with mortgages, which can be significant. These fees include application fees, appraisal fees, credit check fees, mortgage insurance. Mortgage origination fees can range from 0.5% to 1% of the total loan amount, translating to $1,500 to $3,000 for a $3,000 mortgage. The Biden's financial records indicate that they bought their current 4-acre property for $350,000 in 1996, have since utilized it for 20 different home credit agreements and mortgages totaling $4.23 million. Their summer home in Roboth Beach was purchased in 2017 for $2.74 million, but it was bought without a mortgage, despite a joint income of $620,000 last year, mostly from salaries and investments. The Bidens continue to carry significant debt, primarily from their mortgage on their Wilmington home and an equity loan on the same property. Their total liabilities range between $350,000 and $850,000, while their assets are estimated between $1 and $2.6 million. From 1978 to 1994, the Bidens secured 13 home loans and 2 credit agreements totaling $1.72 million. Even as a kid in high school, I had been seduced by real estate, according to Joe in his 2007 autobiography called Promises to Keep. Biden began buying homes, especially those that were outside his budget, in his 20s, taking out multiple mortgages and receiving loans against life insurance policies, according to the Town and Country article in 2021. From a personal finance perspective, using home equity as a source of funds can be risky due to the potential for accumulating significant debt and incurring high fees. Homeowners should carefully weigh the cost and long-term implications of such financial decisions. Consulting a financial advisor could provide better alternatives, such as personal loans, retirement savings, or investment income, which might offer more favorable terms and reduce financial strain. 35 times? Are they moving most of their fortune out of the country, or trying to hide their money? And see, Glenn, that was not the story from Glenn Beck. Beck had that story, and he took those numbers and they put it before some experts to say, what sort of purpose would it serve to do these kind of things? And time and time again, it came back as possible nefarious financial transactions, trying to juggle money. It's you can't help but wonder. 35 times, though. All right, right on the heels of we shared earlier that some of these electric vehicle makers, one after another, having problems. How about the latest? Chrysler's parent Stellantis says this past day they are recalling about 24,000 plug-in hybrid minivans worldwide because of the fire risk. They are urging owners park outside and away from structures pending recall repairs. Stellantis said the recall of model year 2017 through 2021 Chrysler Pacifica hybrids includes about 19,500 vehicles in the U.S. They are aware of 7 incidents that occurred when the vehicles were turned off. Some occurred while recharging, as well as 4 customers who reported symptoms consistent with smoke inhalation. Stellantis said the events are linked to a rare abnormality in individual cells of the model's high-voltage battery pack. Here we go again. Battery packs, fires. Vehicle risk is reduced when the battery charge level is depleted. The company said owners are advised to refrain from recharging. They say they are working on a software update designed to detect the abnormality, and if found, dealers will replace the vehicle's high-voltage battery. Don't park in your garage. Don't park next to the house. It is 844-844-3388.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Mentioned earlier, a couple of names we would all recognize. The former Fox host, Lou Dobbs, a legend in conservative journalism, passed away. According to the announcement, actually by former President Trump, he was 78 years old. Via Trump's Truth Social platform, Trump said, "The great Lou Dobbs has just passed away. A friend and truly incredible journalist, reporter, and talent. He understood the world and what was happening better than others. Lou was unique in so many ways. He loved our country. Our warmest condolences to his wonderful wife, Debbie, and family. He will be greatly missed. Dobbs, of course, a fixture on Fox Business Network from 2011 to 2021, when the show was canceled amid a defamation lawsuit filed against Fox by the Smartmatic voting technology company. Dobbs is one of those ferocious voices critical of the handling of the election in 2020. All right, tributes to the broadcaster flowing in via social media and news as the word spread. Arizona Republican Representative Andy Biggs said he was a great friend, he was a patriot, he spoke the truth. Sean Harris, CEO and co-founder of the influential conservative website The Federalist, saluting Dobbs' patriotism as well as his personal qualities. Very sad news. Lou Dobbs was an exceptionally kind, generous, gracious, wonderful man in an industry that awards none of those qualities. Yet he remained as kind as ever to the very end. Trump's post did not cite a cause of death, but then, of course, there's Bob Newhart, burst onto the comedy scene in the 1960s, or actually 1960, working a stammering everyman character, not unlike himself. Then wrote essentially that same character through a long, busy career that included two of television's most memorable sitcoms, passing away this past day. He was 94. This guy, Bob Newhart, wasn't even really known a few months before his emergence as a full-fledged star. He was barely in the business, although he had aspirations. In 1959, some comic tapes he had made to amuse himself while working as an accountant in Chicago caught the ear of an executive at Warner Brothers Records, which in 1960 released the comedy album The Button-Down Mind of Bob Newhart. That record shot to number one on the charts. And at the 1961 Grammy Awards, it improbably captured the top prize, Album of the Year. Among some of the other nominees that year, Nat King Cole, Frank Sinatra, Harry Belafonte. He won 2 other Grammys that year as well for Best New Artist and Best Spoken Word Comedy Performance, an honor that was given not to his first album, but the second, a hastily made follow-up entitled The Button-Down Mind Strikes Back. For a while, his first 2 albums occupied the top 2 spots on the Billboard album chart. Bob Newhart at 94. All right, let's get back to the phones here, see what Eagle has on his mind this Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yep. Yeah, look like we're getting close to the top, so, yeah, listen, I'll get started, Steve. Hey, listen, man, you might fall over and have a heart attack about what I'm about to say about Joe Biden, but I've thought about this all day long. I've thought about this all day long in the Joe Biden situation, Steve, and I'm gonna say this about Joe Biden, Steve. This guy, Joe Biden, like I say, I don't give a damn about the Democratic Party. No way you look at it. I'm pulling for Donald Trump to get back in. I'll talk about him in a few moments. But you know something, Steve? The more I look at this deal, the more I look at the way they're handling the Biden situation, I don't like it. The Democrats. And the reason why I say this, Steve, is because this man has been in president for the last almost 4 years in the White House. And these people are trying to push him out. The Obamas, the Pelosi's, the Schumers, and any other losers, any of them rats. And that's exactly what they are, as rats, trying to push Joe Biden out at the last minute. See, here's what it is. I talked to my girlfriend about this tonight, Steve. Here's the way I look at it. The Democrats, they knew Joe Biden was old 4 years ago when they gave him the damn nomination. They knew he had problems back then. It was just early dementia. He had problems then. It just don't got worse over the last 3 years. I got a problem with it because this guy here has been in it for the long run, Steve. And then I'm saying, how would these people feel if somebody kicked you in the rear end at the last minute, less than 5? Because see, they're not going to win the election anyway. I don't give a damn who they bring in, whether it be Kamala Harris, Michelle Obama, Clinton, or anybody else they can come up with. It's too late to bring in another man at this point and expect them to make some ground unless they plan on stealing the election like they did in 2020. And that's probably damn well what they're going to try to do if they try to pull off this move. But like I said before, Steve, I don't like it because, like I said before, Biden has been in the deal for the last 3.5, 4 years, and now they're kicking him in the rear end, kicking him right out the door. They claim that maybe this weekend he might make an announcement that he's getting out of the race for 24. But I tell you what, if I was Joe Biden, if he got any kind of brains in his head, before I get out of the deal, I'm going to sign some damn paperwork saying that anything that I've done, my son included, that they're not going to be able to do a damn thing about it once I leave the White House. If he don't sign a contract like that, he's got to be the dumbest man in the world. He better sign some kind of deal stating that his son won't go to jail, his son won't receive any kind of problems, because if he don't, he's dumber than I think he is. So if Biden gets out, he better make sure that happens. That's my advice to Mr. Joe Biden, because like I said before, the way they pushing him out is wrong. And anybody else, because I've seen this happen to football coaches. I've seen this happen to the coach at the University of Florida State.
Right. Hey, all right, Eagle, hold the thought there. We got a pause there as we close out another hour.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Bangladesh has issued a high security alert for the entire country a day after at least 24 people were killed in a mass agitation led by students in the country. More than 30 people have died in clashes between students and government forces this week. Neha Punia has more.
Even as the government has announced a state of emergency, telecommunications services across Bangladesh have been widely curtailed. Locals say they are unable to access news websites or make calls through the internet. Some say they are able to place voice calls, but a ban on mobile internet seems to have now been extended to cover broadband services as well. This comes after Thursday saw a sharp escalation in clashes and violence, with tens of thousands of students clashing with the police, who in turn used rubber bullets, tear gas shells and sound grenades to push protesters back. Students want an end to a quota system that gives a third of all government jobs to families of war veterans who fought for the country's independence in 1971. The government says the Supreme Court will take a call on that next month. Neha Punia, New Delhi.
Japan and South Korea, America's two most powerful allies in the Pacific, are tightening security ties amid increasing concerns over China's assertiveness in the region and North Korean threats, according to Japan's top general. It follows a meeting between top uniformed officers of Japan, the United States and South Korea in Tokyo. Laura Westbrook reports.
The defense chiefs from the United States, Japan and South Korea agreed to continue to strengthen trilateral security cooperation. They also urged North Korea to cease its destabilizing activities, such as its nuclear development program, and also condemned its expanding military ties with Russia. They said they opposed unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force in the Indo-Pacific region, given what they called China's escalatory, dangerous and aggressive behavior in the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump is preparing to address the Republican National Convention on the final night of the four-day event. Trump says he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Milwaukee.
It is obviously a massive night here for Donald Trump, the first time that he will have addressed the American public since the assassination attempt against him last weekend. So everybody waiting to see what he has to say about that awful incident. But in the run-up to the big speech by Donald Trump, the convention will be hearing from several figures who may be auditioning for a role in a second Trump administration. And they include the former Fox News television polemicist Tucker Carlson, hotly tipped to play some kind of role in a second Trump term. He's been sitting alongside the former president in the family's viewing stand at the convention for much of the early nights of this event.
The walls are closing in on Joe Biden. The U.S. president is facing his strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for the second term. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. Benji Haya is by the White House and has been following a difficult 24 hours for its current resident.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly two-thirds of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death.
The U.S. Secret Service was reportedly told about a suspicious man using a rangefinder 20 minutes before a gunman opened fire at Donald Trump on Saturday. FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Where did we leave off there as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast? So, welcome into a Friday. Get everybody on the same page here. It is 844-844-3388. Picking up where we left off there with Eagle. He's talking about if Joe bows out or is forced out, more or less is what he's trying to, what it appears like. He's being forced out. And I think Dan called it earlier. Was it Dan? Who was it? Whoever said if he was 5 points up in the polling, they wouldn't be doing a darn thing. Just keep shuffling him in and out. Help him up the stairs, get him on the stage. If seeing as he's 5 points behind, now that's a different story. Joe got to go. He was talking about pardon. Joe, how many times has Joe said would not pardon his son? And Pappy made the good point. You know, if Cackles were to take over, she can pardon anybody she wants. And the way it sounds, Joe's not going to resign. He's going to just withdraw from the nomination. So he's technically still going to be president till January the 20th. He can pardon anybody he wants up until then. All right. Eagle, welcome back. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate you putting me back on, Steve. Okay, yeah. Well, that's what Joe Biden should do, Steve. If that's what he's going to do, get out of the race. But if he stays on into January, he definitely needs to make sure that he pardons his son and pardons himself, because he damn sure committed a lot of crimes, and you never know if Trump going to come after him when he get in the White House. So he best go ahead and do that if he's a smart man and get out the race. Like I say, Joe Biden, he's had his time, Steve. He's been in D.C. for over 50 years, longer than I've been living, maybe longer than you've been living. I don't know. But he's been in D.C. for a long time. It's time for Joe Biden to move on. Just like Trump said tonight, Steve, the new age is coming in. You got a 39-year-old. This guy here is young enough to be Donald Trump's son, this J.D. Vance guy. You got a new wave coming into Washington, D.C., and the Democrats, I got bad news for them. They are old and played out, Steve. The Pelosi's, the Schumers, the Clintons, all of them are old and wear out. They talk about Pelosi and them talk about they want to get rid of Joe Biden. Well, you better take a look at the mirror. Maybe you need to get the hell out of Washington, too, because it seems to me like you just as old as him. So, like I said, while they talking about kicking Biden out of D.C., Schumer and Pelosi need to be on that same damn airplane flying out of Washington, D.C. Come January, as far as I'm concerned. The hell with all of them. So now let me get on to this other situation with Donald Trump, Steve. Now, Donald Trump gave a hell of a speech tonight. Like I said, they were saying there was going to be a new change Donald Trump. I'm glad he did. I didn't really see no changes in him a little bit, but I still want to see that same Donald Trump kicking ass and taking names. Trump, that's the man I want to see. I want to see a guy who hit that stage raising hell, because that's what drew me to Donald Trump to begin with, Steve. That New York City attitude where people don't take no trash. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is all about. If Donald Trump came on the stage any other way, I wouldn't even want to be associated with Donald Trump. If he came on the stage talking like Ben Carson or somebody like that, or his former vice president Mike Pence, I don't want to hear somebody. I want to hear somebody talking about the issues, getting this deal straighten out, making America great again. The game plan is over with, and Donald Trump is that's what he's all about. And I heard the same Trump that I heard a couple of weeks ago, before Saturday, before this man took a shot at him. I still seen the same Trump on that stage tonight, and that's exactly what I want to see and continue to see. And because he made it real clear tonight, Steve, about all the issues that are taking place. I told you a couple of years ago, Steve, there's a truck stop down in Texas that used to be one of the oil capitals of Texas. There used to be so many damn oil trucks and oil rigs rolling through there. You couldn't even find a parking space at the truck stop. I drove by that truck stop a couple of days ago, and the parking is at a damn ghost town because Joe Biden shut the oil industry down when first thing that idiot did when he got in the White House. And Trump said tonight, and just like he continued to say, he's going to open up them wells, and he's going to drill, baby, drill. And that's exactly what he should do, to get that oil back in there, get these oil prices down, and get Americans back to work, brother. And same thing with the car business. Like he said tonight, he going to put 100% tariff on these idiots. China, Mexico, anybody else that want to send their vehicles into the USA. You want to send your vehicles in, my man? Well, you going to pay the top dollar to get them in. It's time for these people to stop ripping us off, because that's what they're doing right now, Steve. It's time, like I said before, we need a man in the White House that's not going to take no trash and not bow down to these idiots like Joe Biden is. It's time for a change. And now with the J.D. Vance coming in, we got a chance. We got a chance to take over the whole damn White House for at least 12 to 16 years, because this guy's only 39 years old. These people need to do everything they can to make sure Trump get his 4 years in, and he can do as much as he possibly can in these 4 years to make America great again. And then J.D. Vance can take over and continue the tradition of Donald Trump the way I see it. The hell with the Democrats, whatever you want to call them. They're played out. They're tied. And like I said, Donald Trump talk about black votes, and I'm 100% black, and I'll be black until they put me under the ground. That he's exactly right what they said about these immigrants. The first man, when the immigrants come to the USA, the first man that they put in the unemployment line is the black man. You can go to any major city around America. You can go to Detroit, Michigan. You can go to Los Angeles, California. You can go to Baltimore, Maryland. All you see is a bunch of black guys standing around because they ain't got no work, because they've been put out of work. The construction jobs, the home building jobs, any other jobs that blacks used to do, they're being replaced by any individuals that shouldn't be in the damn country to begin with. So I have no problem with Donald Trump doing exactly what he's supposed to do, Steve, and putting America first. I don't care about some guy coming to the USA looking for a better life the illegal way. You want to come in the right way, come in the right way. Do the paperwork. Wait your turn in line, just like Vivek, the man that he came into the U.S. the right way, and he'll be the first one to tell you he has no problem with an immigrant, but as long as you come in the right way. You coming in illegally, bogarting your way into the country, you don't belong here. As simple as that. You go back where the hell where you come from. America first, like Trump said tonight, Steve. This is America. Get the job. When you got a job, you just gave the stats a couple of weeks ago. That should be appalling to anybody who calls itself American, Steve. They said that most of the jobs that are the available jobs that are being taken right now are guess who they're being taken by illegals that don't belong in the damn country to begin with. If you don't have a problem with that, then you're dumber than Joe Biden is, because he's the one that allowed it to happen. And as far as, they talking about they got a hit on Donald Trump, the Iranian government got a hit on him. Well, guess what? I wonder why they got a hit on him. Like I said before, they got the border wide open. No telling how many Iranians are running around the USA right now that's on the lookout for Donald Trump, because Biden, and as we speak right now, the border still ain't open. You would have thought, it's like I said, that's the reason why I don't feel sorry for Joe Biden in a way, Steve. Like I said, I don't like the way he's been bogarted out of the White House, but the thing I don't like about it, if he did it to himself. He still hasn't shut the border down. We've had drugs, fentanyl come in down. They talked about that. We've had girls being raped. We've had people being killed by people coming across the border illegally. And Biden, to this damn day, he still hasn't. The border is still open to this damn day. So as far as I'm concerned, if Joe Biden, if he want to fight, if he can't figure out why he lost his job, why he didn't get back in the White House, he should have shut the border down 4 years ago, and maybe he would have had a job for another 4 years. So he can't blame nobody but his damn self as far as I'm concerned. And that goes for Pelosi's and the Schumers and anybody else. I'm going to say what I said one more time before I hang up with you, Steve. They trying to push Joe Biden out of the White House, the Democrats. But like I said, when Joe Biden flies out of Washington, D.C. back to Delaware, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and all them other wore-out Democrats need to be on that same damn airplane. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Pappy said, Eagle gets the big cookie for your enthusiasm. He's all pumped up. I think he enjoyed Trump's speech this past evening, albeit 90 minutes. But who was? I think Diane said, hey, he's been quiet all week long. You know, we ain't heard pretty much a peep out of Donald Trump. So, he had to kind of make up for that. It's got to get it all out in one night. You got it. All right, Hero of the Week. I did get a Hero of the Week nominee from Dingbat this past day. It's kind of a good story and a sad story at the same time. A cat named Prince is being credited with saving the lives of sleeping occupants of a home that caught fire in Maryland, giving its life to save the owners. The fire happened Sunday in Gaithersburg, according to a spokesman for the Montgomery County Fire and Rescue. The cat kept pawing at the sleeping occupants about 4 a.m. According to the Washington Post, after noticing something was burning, one male and two females reportedly were unable to get out after being met with heavy smoke. They retreated into a second-floor master bedroom where they called a basement resident and 911 for help. The basement resident grabbed a painter's ladder from outside and placed it by the bedroom window so the three stuck inside could escape. But the smoke got thicker and thicker, and before I knew my house was on fire, the cat's owner, who didn't want to be identified, said if it weren't for Prince waking me up, we'd all be dead. He truly saved our lives. I believe he's our angel. The cat, who had made it outside, jumped from the owner's arms and ran back into the building. Was likely overcome by smoke and was found by firefighters on the second floor deceased. Referring to Prince as a hero cat. The owners are giving full credit to the feline for saving their lives. Fire officials say the home's smoke alarms were removed or disabled at the time of the fire. Fire broke out on the 3-story townhome's first floor. It was believed to have started as a result of a problem with a freezer motor before it spread through the kitchen. And they had some pictures. Yeah, Prince was a beautiful, looked like a Siamese cat. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration lubricants. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, couple of tidbits. Space news. NASA announcing this week they are canceling their water-seeking moon rover mission. Cost overruns, launch delays. The Viper rover was supposed to launch late last year aboard a lander provided by Astrobotic Technology, but extra testing and increased cost kept delaying the mission, threatening other projects, they say. The rover had aimed to explore the moon's south pole. About $450 million had been spent so far on its development. Now, that announcement just days before the 55th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission that landed Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the moon on July 20th of 1969. So that anniversary actually tomorrow. NASA said they plan to study the presence of lunar ice through other projects moving forward. Astrobotic still plans to fly their Griffin moon lander, minus a rover, by the end of next year. Now, that company's first moonshot ended in failure back in January with that fiery plunge over the South Pacific. Brain Dead checks in on, well, the greatest day of the week. Happy Monday.
Yeah, but that all changes Sunday, Steve. Go back on the extra board.
Oh, that's right.
I'll
I
never know when that. Sunday, Monday, or
yes.
Yeah, if being with Dingback's not confusing enough, let's throw in a little more confusion, shall we? So, but I got a top 10 list for you tonight. But I'm going to do that real quick with some NASCAR notes. You remember IROC Racing?
Absolutely.
True Value is returning as a sponsor for the race. Now, this weekend, they're going to be holding the race at Lime Rock Park Speedway. I'm not familiar where that is, but there's going to be a lot of the former champions there, like Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt Jr., et cetera, et cetera. Remember over at Pocono, Corey LaJoie supposedly clipped Kyle Busch. NASCAR had a little discussion with them a little bit. Also, Avenue Sports Fun has acquired a minority stake in Trackhouse Entertainment Group that owns Trackhouse Racing. And, of course, Trackhouse fields teams for NASCAR, but along with MotoGP, too. So, now, to the top 10 list, Steve. Now, President Biden is going to be resigning from the nomination, right?
Right.
So they had a new theme song for him coming out if he was to stay in the race.
No, what was that?
Yeah, it was going to be called The Wanderer. So now we asked 13 1/3 midget truck drivers this at the Petro the other day of reasons why they were going to vote for Joe Biden. Are you ready for this, Steve?
All right, can't wait.
Number 10, you realize there aren't enough fentanyl dealers in your neighborhood. Number 9, you think groceries have been too cheap. Number 8, You enjoy giving your gas money to foreigners. Number 7, you believe too many people in this country speak English. Number 6, you're worried about the border in Ukraine. Number 5, you're hoping to impress the hot liberal women with your electric car. Number 4, you always dreamed of being homeless. Number 3, when you believe in LGBT rights, you're actually thinking liquor, guns, barbecue, and trucks. Number 2, when you hear of closing the border, you think Taco Bell is going bankrupt. And Steve, for number 1, are you ready for this one?
Drum roll, please.
You're a big fan of The Walking Dead. Bye to me.
Okay. My question would be, why are we bringing back IROC racing? I mean, the whole premise of IROC was putting together an entire field of identically set up vehicles, all the same, and then putting all these famous drivers, some from IndyCar, some from NASCAR, all the different facets of racing. But over the years, that's pretty much what we've got now in NASCAR on any given weekend. They've all got the same templates. I know it's a Ford, it's a Toyota, it's a Chevrolet, but they're all set up identical. Isn't that what IROC racing was? But this will be the first IROC event, as you mentioned, in nearly 20 years. Today and tomorrow, Lime Rock Park, part of the Speed Tour All-Star Race Weekend. All right, in early 2024, NASCAR Hall of Fame member Ray Evernham, former NASCAR Cup Series team owner and venture capitalist Rob Kaufman, founded IROC Holdings. And I guess, so they're back this weekend. Who all we got going to be behind the wheel? Let's see. They say the event also features the 60-minute Speed Tour All-Star race, which gathers icons from Formula One, NASCAR, IndyCar, and IMSA, and pairs them with competitors from the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli's Cube 3 Architecture, TA2 Series, to compete as co-drivers in a race that airs live on MAV TV. I'm not sure who all's going to be there, right? As far as race drivers, I'll have to see if I can pull up who's going to be in the field. But I did actually have an opportunity to attend an IROC race when Dale Earnhardt Sr. was still with us. Yeah, that was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway back a number of years ago. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The walls are closing in for Joe Biden. The US president is now facing the strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for a second term as president. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. FSN's Benji Hire in Washington has been following what has been a difficult 24 hours for the US president.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death. Benji Hire, Washington.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump is just hours away from his headline speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump says that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together FSN's Simon Marks is at the convention site in Milwaukee and says there are multiple big speeches in the coming hours ahead of Donald Trump.
We're also going to be hearing from the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Possible that he is eyeing the opportunity to get his old job back should Donald Trump win in November. Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will be addressing the convention. We're also going to be looking for an appearance by Melania Trump, the former and possibly future First Lady of the United States. She has not been at the convention so far this week, but we are told that she will definitely be in the arena supporting her husband tonight.
The European Commission has re-elected Ursula von der Leyen as president following a secret ballot among members of the European Parliament. She won by a much larger margin than was expected at the vote in Strasbourg. This will be her second 5-year term, following her first election win back in 2019. On International Nelson Mandela Day, the United Nations Secretary-General says combating poverty and inequality is everyone's duty. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres urged people around the world to do something good today in remembrance of Mandela.
We can choose to eradicate poverty. We can choose to transform the international economic and financial system in the name of equity. Every one of us can contribute through actions large and small.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We're back at it here, a Friday morning. TGIF. Yeah, so what's going on? Hearing some reports of several counties in our area, our region, having 911 service outages, a handful of counties. We've been seeing a lot of this around the country. I don't know if folks have been paying attention. In some cases, when you're seeing we had one here a few weeks ago that was a statewide outage. And I remember holding a conversation in regards to, when you're talking statewide, you've got state police, you've got local municipalities, you've got different counties. How could the 911 system on an entire state go down? Just after lunchtime on June the 18th, it was the state of Massachusetts. They discovered that the statewide system was down. A scramble was on to handle the crisis. Police were texting out administrative numbers that callers could use. Boston's mayor gave outage updates at a press conference outlining plans for the Celtics championship parade at the time, and local officials were urging people to summon help by pulling red fire alarm boxes if there were a fire. About 7 million people went roughly 2 hours with no 911 service. But these crashes have become more of a feature than a bug in the nation's fragmented emergency response system. This is from the Health Leader News Media this past day. Outages have thus far hit at least 8 states this year. This is emblematic of problems plaguing emergency communications, due in part to wide disparities in the system's age and capabilities, and in funding of 911 systems all over the country. While some states, cities, and counties have already modernized their systems or have plans to upgrade, many are lagging behind. Now, they say 911 is typically supported by fees tacked onto our phone bills. But state and local governments also tap general funds or other resources. Now there are some haves and have-nots, according to the Vice President of Government Affairs at the National Emergency Number Association, which represents 911 first responders. Next generation 911 shouldn't be for people who happen to have an emergency in a good location. Meanwhile, federal legislation that could steer billions of dollars into modernizing the patchwork of the system is waylaid in Congress. This is a national security imperative, according to the director of the Industry Council for Emergency Response Technologies. In a crisis, a school shooting or a house fire, God forbid, a terror attack, I mean, people call 911 first. The system can't go down. Now, they kind of explain we debuted a single universal 911 emergency number in February of 1968 in order to simplify crisis response, but instead of a seamless national program, the network has evolved into a massive puzzle of many interlocking pieces. There are more than 6,000 911 call centers to handle an estimated 240 million emergency calls every year, according to federal data. More than 3/4 of call centers experienced outages in the last 12 months, according to a survey this past February, which sets standards from NENA. April of this year, widespread 911 outages affected millions in the states of Nebraska, Nevada, South Dakota, and Texas. That shutdown was blamed on workers severing a fiber line while installing a light pole. In February, tens of thousands in areas of California, Georgia, Illinois, Texas, and other lost cell phone service, including some 911 services from an outage. It was just last month in June, Verizon agreed to pay a $1.05 million fine to settle an FCC probe into a December of 22 outage that affected calls in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, and Tennessee. The fires that raced across the Hawaiian island of Maui last August highlights the critical importance of these 911 systems. Dispatchers there fielded more than 4,500 contacts, meaning calls and or texts, on August the 8th, which was the day the fires broke out. They would typically get 400 calls in a typical day. Yeah, one caller was telling 911 operators we're dying out here. So, yeah, it seems like all over the country. I don't know what's impacting our area, how widespread it is, but I'll see if I can find anything further and pass it your way. All right, see what the Jolly Green Giant has on his mind this morning. There you go. Hello, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I got bad news. Jolly Green and Sex Maniac were baby boomers. And yes, Jolly Green Giant's dad was a World War II soldier back in World War II. I don't know about Sex Maniac's dad. I have no clue, but we are definitely baby boomers. So let's talk about Social Security. Let's talk about the government. The government knows that the baby boomers are getting ready to retire. Jolly Green Giant's checking into it right now. Sex Maniac is already drawing his Social Security. And my sister, who's also a baby boomer, is already retired, and her statement to me, advice to me, when it comes to Social Security Administration is one word: patience. And I told my sister that is one word that my wife and I do not understand. We don't understand the word of patience, plain and simple. But she's 100% right. Well, let me tell you, if you're trying to set up your Social Security, and if you're trying to get in touch with the Social Security Administration, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. One, you ain't going to get anyone to answer the phone, number one. Now, I do know that Sex Maniac told me that his daughter set up his Social Security, okay? I don't want to do that because I need to know exactly how much I'm going to draw. Mm-hmm. Now, I got a readout from last year. From month to month, I know exactly how much I'm supposed to draw, and I'm not willing to fill it out on the internet until I talk to a person. Now, here's another thing, okay? Some of you people out there that have been on disability income, I'm going to warn you. The government does not tell you this. There's another thing they don't tell you, that if you do not register for Medicare by the age of 65, you will be penalized. They don't tell you that either. It's not, they don't send anything to your house. If you got to actually figure it out for yourself. That's the truth. There's a lot of stuff that we're not told. And it really bothers me. I would love to talk to my senator and my congressman about that right there. Why is it a big secret? Why are they not telling us this stuff? They're not. That's what I'm finding out. Okay? Then the other thing is, what Eskimo Bob was talking about, all that stuff may be true. Maybe they need to tweak this and tweak that. And then you made a statement about maybe we need to stop giving millions of dollars to Ukraine and maybe to Israel. I absolutely agree with that 100%. All right, I've been saying that for quite some time, plain and simple. I know I've been given to Social Security. I've been paying Social Security all my life. You have too. Everybody else has been paying all of our lives. Let's talk about the government going in there and borrowing money from the Social Security Administration. We know they've been doing that. Mm-hmm. Plain and simple. You know, we would have the money there if they would stop dipping into that fund. That's our money. They need to stop dipping into it. Now, another thing I'm not talking about, you young people out there, I'll be 69 next month. One of the things you need to do is get yourself out of debt. Pay your house off, your cars off. Stop using credit cards. Listen to Dave Ramsey, okay? Why? Because when you do retire, unless you've got millions of dollars in the bank, if you're not out of debt, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in trouble for a variety of reasons. High prices of groceries, the high prices of gasoline and oil. Jolly Green does not have those bills anymore. I'm just about out of debt. I have one debt hanging over my head right now of $2,800. I'm sorry, $7,800. Now, I was talking about my wife. We decided to retire her at Kroger's last year. All right, so we decided that. We found out that she's got a $30,000 debt hanging over her head from when she drew disability income over 20 years ago. Now, this was before I met her. Well, we found out when she retired last year, we found out that she could only, she had to minimally pay $800 a month minimum toward that debt. I literally had tears rolling down my face. I had no clue at all. And I didn't even know that this was going on. So I want to warn some of you people out there, if you were on disability at one time or another, I assure you, you will be paying it back. This is what I found out. This is what the government's not telling us. The government is not telling you that you need to sign up for Social Security, or I'm sorry, Medicare before when you turn 65 on your 65th birthday, or you will be penalized. They're not telling you that. They're not sending documentation to our house or nothing warning you about this. There's a lot of stuff that I do not understand. It's very confusing, okay? And I told my wife to not worry about that $30,000 debt. I told her after the first of the year, I am going to stand her and I'm going to write a check out and we're going to pay it off. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to go over there to Batavia where the office is at, close to where I live in Clinton County, and I'm going to write them a check out and tell them I want a receipt. And I'm going to tell them that she needs to receive her entire Social Security check. Now, by that time that happens, my Social Security, I'm going to start mine January 1st. All right? I'm already at full retirement age. Another thing that they're not telling you that you need to know about, I do send documentation to the House concerning this, is depending upon when you retire, has a lot to say with how much you can make per year. Now, my wife can only make $23,000 a year at her age, and she's 65, and she's not at full retirement age, which is 66, or depending upon what year we're born. Or let's just say 67, and 67, I can only make $53,000. Then at 70, I think you can make as much as you want, okay? But I'm not really sure on some of this stuff.
Right.
A lot of this stuff, like I said there, we don't have, this information is not relatively available, but you can get the information on the internet. So I don't mean to contradict myself, but you can get some of this information is on the internet, yes. But it's confusing, but there's conflicting information on the internet.
Sure. Well, that's why Big Ed's not driving. Big Ed's not driving a truck right now, Jolly Green, because he started taking Social Security, and I think he made to the point where he's gonna have to write them a check for like $20,000. That's why he parked the truck. Yeah, you can only make so much in the year. Yeah, they wanted him to keep on working, but okay. So here we go. Apparently, it's not just a localized thing. It is on a global scale. There is interruptions to airline operations. Cybersecurity expert says global impact is enormous. Now, this is all going on right now. Professor Jill Slay, the University of South Australia's SmartSat chair for cybersecurity, said the global impact of a current major global outage is enormous, but it's still too early to draw a conclusion into what caused it. There is currently a major global technical outage affecting multiple companies and services. Some are attributing this to security services offered by CrowdStrike. Others attributing it to Microsoft or Amazon authorities. And industry will be monitoring, but at this stage, it's too early to draw conclusions. Slay said the outage may easily be a result of misconfiguration by one of these companies or interference between products, but global impact is enormous. it is possible that there is a security breach, but to me, this is instinctively unlikely, she says. Now, this is just some of the posts coming in from like the CNN Business. Airlines being affected globally. Australia and New Zealand have been hit by large-scale cyber outages that have affected businesses, government services, airports. Down Detector, the website that tracks cyber outages, reporting impacts to Australian banking and telecoms institutions such as ANZ, Westpac, Visa, and Optus. Australia's National Cybersecurity Coordinator said it was aware of a large-scale technical outage affecting a number of companies and services across the country, where it's in the middle of the afternoon there. They said that there is no current information to suggest it is a cybersecurity X or incident. Sydney Airport said in a post on X, global technical outages impacted some airline operations and terminal services, adding that flight arrivals and departures continue with some delays. Brisbane Airport said a global IT issue was impacting check-in for some airlines at their airport and some terminal services. Supermarket chains, Woolworths and Coles also reporting disruptions to their operations, as well as Commonwealth Bank, which is Australia's largest bank. This is, this is obviously from the other side of the pond. This reported about 15 minutes ago. Let's see. Delta, United, American airline flights grounded due to a communications issue, according to the Federal Aviation Administration. All flights of several major U.S. airlines, including Delta, United, and American, grounded this morning, Friday morning, due to a communications issue. The ground stop impacting all flights from airlines regardless of destinations, according to the FAA. It is unclear how long the ground stop will last, although the FAA suggested an update would be available by 5 a.m. Eastern Time, about an hour from now. Their grounding comes after a significant Microsoft outage brought Frontier Airlines to a standstill for hours on Thursday, although the ground stop for those airlines has been lifted since then. But that is crazy. Airlines all throughout the country right now on a ground stop. Makes you kind of wonder about the bigger picture, doesn't it? Is it a global cybersecurity event? We've been warning of this or concerned about this. We talked about it for years. All right, Donut Man, I guess had you been hearing anything about that? What's going on, Donut Man?
Oh, not too much. That's what I was calling you about. I've got some reports earlier about the computer outages, and I'm also hearing that like card readers and stuff like that at the gas pumps, things like that, are having issues. So if you're like you have to get gas, better have some cash. It's I heard that. I started just getting bits and pieces. And you kind of covered a little bit more than what I heard earlier. And man, that's just kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? This,
And it's the kind of thing we've been forecasting for years. The possibility. What happens when the internet goes down? Because everything relies on internet access. Let me take you to the BBC headlines here. Some of the breaking reports. In the state of Alaska, troopers report 911 outage. Police in the U.S. state of Alaska. State police force says many 911 and non-emergency call centers are not working statewide in Alaska. Meanwhile, at London's Stansted Airport, check-ins are being done manually, but flights are still operating as normal there. They said their main operational systems are not affected. Let's see. Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport affected. It's a global thing. IT outages reported across the world affecting airlines, media, and banks. Many flights have been grounded, long lines and delays at airports. Cause is not known. Microsoft says they're taking mitigation actions. In the UK, railway companies reporting delays and say they're experiencing widespread IT issues. Sky News has not been able to broadcast live. According to their chairman, they're off the air. The website of the London Stock Exchange is experiencing issues. What the hell's going on? Major banks, media, airlines. Major IT outage is the headline here from, this is via X. Significant disruptions to some Microsoft services. 911 services disrupted in many U.S. states. Service at London Stock Exchange disrupted, as I just mentioned. Sky News is off air. Reports that the issue relates to a problem at the global cybersecurity firm known as CrowdStrike. And somebody said, if Microsoft and CrowdStrike can't stop a cyber attack, no one on the planet can. That's why it's essential to have data backup and recovery, guys. So this is kind of a breaking story. Wow. Planes grounded worldwide. Mass IT outage. That's the headline again from the BBC News. Obviously, our operations are working. I'm surprised because everything we do is via the internet. Our call-in studio, which relies on the internet, the radio.co, everything. So we'll see as this all unfolds. First, let's get our news update, top of the hour, but we do have our final hour yet to come. I know that they had been talking about some, recent days we've had some solar flare activity. I don't know. I mean, there was some pretty significant, but I don't think anything of that nature is involved right now. According to spaceweather.com, we do have a geomagnetic storm watch, but these are faint CMEs headed to the Earth, so it's not about a solar flare. Looking for answers. Okay, we'll get to our calls again right after the news break at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Bangladesh has issued a high security alert for the entire country a day after at least 24 people were killed in a mass agitation led by students in the country. More than 30 people have died in clashes between students and government forces this week. Neha Punia has more.
Even as the government has announced a state of emergency, telecommunications services across Bangladesh have been widely curtailed. Locals say they are unable to access news websites or make calls through the internet. Some say they are able to place voice calls, but a ban on mobile internet seems to have now been extended to cover broadband services as well. This comes after Thursday saw a sharp escalation in clashes and violence, with tens of thousands of students clashing with the police, who in turn used rubber bullets, tear gas shells and sound grenades to push protesters back. Students want an end to a quota system that gives a third of all government jobs to families of war veterans who fought for the country's independence in 1971. The government says the Supreme Court will take a call on that next month. Neha Punia, New Delhi.
Japan and South Korea, America's two most powerful allies in the Pacific, are tightening security ties amid increasing concerns over China's assertiveness in the region and North Korean threats, according to Japan's top general. It follows a meeting between top uniformed officers of Japan, the United States and South Korea in Tokyo. Laura Westbrook reports.
The defense chiefs from the United States, Japan and South Korea agreed to continue to strengthen trilateral security cooperation. They also urged North Korea to cease its destabilizing activities, such as its nuclear development program, and also condemned its expanding military ties with Russia. They said they opposed unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force in the Indo-Pacific region, given what they called China's escalatory, dangerous and aggressive behavior in the South China Sea. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
Former U.S. President Donald Trump is preparing to address the Republican National Convention on the final night of the four-day event. Trump says he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. Simon Marks reports from the convention site in Milwaukee.
It is obviously a massive night here for Donald Trump, the first time that he will have addressed the American public since the assassination attempt against him last weekend. So everybody waiting to see what he has to say about that awful incident. But in the run-up to the big speech by Donald Trump, the convention will be hearing from several figures who may be auditioning for a role in a second Trump administration. And they include the former Fox News television polemicist Tucker Carlson, hotly tipped to play some kind of role in a second Trump term. He's been sitting alongside the former president in the family's viewing stand at the convention for much of the early nights of this event.
The walls are closing in on Joe Biden. The U.S. president is facing his strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for the second term. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. Benji Haya is by the White House and has been following a difficult 24 hours for its current resident.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death.
The U.S. Secret Service was reportedly told about a suspicious man using a rangefinder 20 minutes before a gunman opened fire at Donald Trump on Saturday. FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All righty, final hour. Here we go on a Friday morning. Mark your calendars, 19th day of July. All right, New York Times just broke at 4 a.m. Their update says CrowdStrike, which I'm not familiar with. CrowdStrike is a cybersecurity firm that services numerous industries, is down across parts of the world Friday morning, halting news broadcasts, grounding flights. As I mentioned before the break, at least 3 major U.S. airlines, American, United, and Delta, have grounded all flights, according to the FAA. In Australia, the New South Wales Police Force said via social media that they're aware of a system outage. Problems persisting at Sydney Airport as one Australia's largest and busiest transportation hubs, just as the weekend was getting underway for many there. A global technical outage has impacted some airline operations, terminal services. Flights are currently arriving and departing. That was the word from Australia. We have activated contingency plans and deploying additional staff to terminals. Representatives from CrowdStrike did not respond to a request for comment on Friday. Now, this round of severe disruptions currently is right on the heels of, I guess, yesterday, Thursday evening, Frontier Airlines had to briefly ground all of their flights, and that was also a major outage of Microsoft networks. Some low-cost carriers like Allegiant Air and Sun Country Airlines were also affected. Now, that was, again, Thursday evening. Microsoft said the problem had affected multiple systems for customers in the U.S. These are all just, various tweets coming in from various outlets. Several services being affected across the U.K. Train networks, including particularly on the Thames Link and the Great Northern Networks, said there could be short notice cancellations, could not display real-time information to passengers on the platform. Sky News, the major news channel, unable to broadcast. London Stock Exchange says they cannot publish news and other announcements on their website due to the outage. Technical teams are working to restore this service, but other services, including the stock exchange, are actually operating as normal. So again, some ATMs are operational, others are not. I guess it's kind of hit and miss around the country. But how one internet CrowdStrike, how one network can impact so many different facets: airlines, trains, banking operations, all these things we're covering, stock exchanges. All right, happy Friday. Truck and Phil waking up, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 79 today for Fort Wayne, 81 for Sterling Heights, as we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. It was bad when we returned from vacation. Our flight out of Denver to Chicago was Shanghai to St. Louis. We sat on the tarmac 2.5 hours for American Airlines. Then they said we were flying to Chicago. The flight crew ran out of duty time, and we had to stay in St. Louis. Rented a car Monday morning and had to drive home to Fort Wayne. They say we'll be getting reimbursed for all of the airline tickets. So I guess it was worthwhile, but man, oh man, what a headache, right? So the flight Denver to Chicago ends up in St. Louis. Then you're stuck. Oh, the thrills. All right, well, at least you made it through safely, right? There's Steve in Columbus. Friday is here. Looking forward to a relaxing weekend. No plans thus far. The coffee's hot. The car is packed. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy the J. Enjoy your weekend. See what Carl has going on. Happy Friday, Carl.
Happy Friday, Steve. Good morning. Have a nice weekend there, buddy. Lots of stuff to talk about. Very little time, you know. The thing...
Yeah, we got you, Carl. I think did you hit the mute button or did your earpiece disconnect or something maybe?
Are you there?
There you go. Yeah, something got unhooked there, okay. Carl. We're back.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Getting into the 911 thing, you've been giving reports about that, and Alaska 911 service out, and this, that, and the other. And I got to thinking, have we heard of anybody? That was a big crowd there at the big Trump rally last Saturday. With all of the hour there and before the event that they saw this young man walking around outside in the grounds, they even caught him carrying in the rangefinder, the golf rangefinder, okay, and kind of expelled him from that area, or he just kind of drifted away. I don't get it. Why somebody didn't call 911? You know, there is no report of a 911 phone call. You know, I've not heard of not even one, with thousands of people there, you know?
I think most of the people people that saw something going on, I mean, there was law enforcement everywhere. They were all going straight to the law enforcement officer saying, hey, he's up there.
Yeah, but they didn't get any results. That's the deal. Why didn't some lady or some man, you know, that was bystanding looking at this, I mean, I would have said, well, no results here with the law enforcement that's here. I'm going to call 911, you know, and get this on tape at the 911 call center, you know, and I'm going to make sure that somebody knows about this, you know. That would be my thing that I would do. And it just doesn't make any sense why the law enforcement didn't respond. It's almost like they were programmed to not respond. And just like January 6th, they were allowing people to come in. Here, come on in, you know, doing the bike stands and just kind of like moving them out of the way so the people can come on in, you know. And Charlottesville was the same thing. They allowed some people to come in there, and they had the excuse was that they have low police enforcement here today, you know. That was the excuse that they were using. And then on top of that, at the Trump rally, okay, they're saying that they had upped the police there and the Secret Service, but really, in all reality, that didn't work, did it? You know, and what I'm thinking is Jill Biden not Joe, but Jill Biden had an event in Pittsburgh at that very same time, and it was a hastily scheduled event.
Correct.
By the way,
Mhm.
and I don't know if anybody's paying attention to me or not, but Kamala Harris also had an event in Pennsylvania. I don't remember the town. I don't remember the city where she was that very day. Okay, right
Yeah.
there within that time frame.
Well,
Kamala
Carl,
Harris had. So they both.
It's already been confirmed, Carl, that we had talked earlier this morning. The event with Jill Biden was kind of a last-minute thing, and I guess the Secret Service has confirmed that. So the report is there was supposed to be a Secret Service team on that roof where the bad guy was. That team got pulled because they had to stretch the resources to send that particular sniper team to the Jill Biden event.
Yes. And Kamala Harris drew some too as well. She drew some away from the event there. And now we're getting a report of a 450-yard shot.
Correct.
Okay, that killed the suspect, the shooter. Okay, now why didn't we receive that report at the very beginning? And where was this person? Where was this sniper at? 450 yards away. They haven't told us where he was yet.
Not yet.
You know, so we don't even know. Yeah, we don't even know where he supposedly was. He or she. They could come up and say, "Oh, it was a female sharpshooter that shot him." Okay,
could have been.
They could say anything, you know, right now because we don't know. And then they're going to come up here Monday and do some congressional hearings with the Secret Service lady who's in charge of all of this, and they have already pretty much had a confrontation with her, in particular, in person at the RNC convention on Wednesday. Marsha Blackburn and several other senators and Congress people surrounded her at the convention and confronted her and was asking her questions and basically didn't want her to walk away. And she said, "Well, I need to walk away and go back to the box where I'm supposed to be because we're having a actual celebration event here, of what we've done." And that just basically lit Marsha Blackburn's hair on fire when she said that, because she said, "What you've done," and it's oh gosh, it was a big. Have you seen this confrontation?
Yes.
On video.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kimberly was
on there.
She was essentially running. I mean, literally trying to run away from being approached by those members of Congress. She ain't going to be able to run away come Monday, and she will be grilled, to say the least. The other question that we had all been asking is, what about the aerial surveillance? I mean, everywhere you go these days, you've got drones. If you go to a Major League Baseball game, football game, where there's a large crowd gathering outdoors, your local law enforcement, there's always a drone up in the air. I mean, I've been to the last Reds game I was at. I was fascinated by the drone overhead, and it was either the Cincinnati police or the county office, I'm not sure. Ted Cruz hit the Secret Service director for this past day for not using drones to monitor the rally location last weekend. Speaking on his podcast, said that Cheeto gave a weak response after being asked why drones... Sorry, I had to sneeze. Asked why drones were not used in Butler, Pennsylvania. You had one senator who asked, where were there drones, yes or no? The answer from the head of the Secret Service was, we determined the risk from that rooftop was mitigated by counter snipers. She then asked how the Secret Service failed to realize that the rooftop where the gunman opened fire from was sloped, resulting in counter snipers being unable to see everywhere on the rooftop. I'm pretty sure that roof didn't suddenly slant itself in between when they advanced the scene and when it occurred. In other words, they could have figured out if your, quote, mitigation was counter snipers and they don't have a line of sight to place a sniper, could be, when you don't have effective mitigation. She addressed none of that. The calls continued to mount for her to resign after their failure to prevent the attack. Of course, Mike Johnson announced on Wednesday that he's looking at all available avenues should she buck the calls to resignation. I don't think there's really any alternatives, as I mentioned last evening, though. Yeah, that would come down to basically the President of the United States, who can choose anyone they want, that hire and fire anyone they want at any time to be the director of the Secret Service. That is the President's call. 21 past the hour.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
I'm thinking, so what are the odds? What are the odds? There are numerous cybersecurity firms available out there. You subscribe. You hire these firms to cover your whatever your system, whether it's a banking system, airline, whatever it might be. You hire these firms to prevent hackers and other cyber actors from being able to infiltrate your systems. That's what you pay them to do. And for all these firms who have hired, what is the name of the CrowdStrike? Obviously, a lot of folks had the utmost of confidence in CrowdStrike, but whoever's used, looks like they're pretty much down. Most all the news outlets are kind of sharing the same information. Reuters News reporting here just moments ago, pretty much the same as we've been saying. Major U.S. airlines ordering ground stops Friday morning, citing communication issues, while other carriers, media companies, banks, and telecom firms around the world also reporting system outages disrupting their operations. So again, according to Reuters, American Airlines, Delta, United, Allegiant Air, grounding flights less than an hour after Microsoft said they had resolved their cloud services outage that had impacted several low-cost carriers earlier on Thursday evening. Not immediately clear whether the call to keep flights from taking off were related to an earlier Microsoft cloud outage. As we've been reporting, Australia, media, banks, telecom companies all suffering outages, which they say is linked to an issue at global cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike. Crowdsourced website, the downdetector.com, showing outages at several banks and telecom companies. CrowdStrike ran a recorded phone message Friday when Reuters contacted their technical support, saying that they are aware of reports of crashes on Microsoft's Windows operating system relating to its Falcon sensor, whatever that is, without mentioning Australia. There's no information at this point to suggest the outage is a cybersecurity incident, according to the Office of Australia's National Cybersecurity Coordinator. That's the biggest fear. The outage ripples far and wide. Spain reporting a computer incident at all their airports. Ryanair, Europe's largest airline, as by passenger numbers, warning passengers of disruptions which they said would affect all airlines operating across their network. AWS cloud service provider said in a statement that they're investigating reports of connectivity issues with Windows EC2 instances and workspaces within AWS. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. The walls are closing in for Joe Biden. The US president is now facing the strongest calls yet to step aside and withdraw his candidacy for a second term as president. He's currently self-isolating, having tested positive for COVID-19. FSN's Benji Heyer in Washington has been following what has been a difficult 24 hours for the US president.
The avalanche of pressure on Joe Biden to stand down has picked up speed significantly as concerns grow over his health, age and fitness for office. Lawmakers at the very top of the Democrat Party, including Senate leader Chuck Schumer and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, are making it known, albeit through media leaks, that they think President Biden has no chance of beating Donald Trump. Even Barack Obama has pitched in, reportedly telling allies that his once vice president needs to seriously consider the viability of his candidacy. Weeks on from a stumbling debate performance, polls show nearly 2/3 of Democrat voters believe Biden should remove himself from the presidential race. This is a party disunited, a stark contrast from Republicans who are falling in line behind their nominee following Trump's close brush with death. Benji Hire, Washington.
Meanwhile, former US President Donald Trump is just hours away from his headline speech at the Republican National Convention. Trump says that he rewrote his speech after Saturday's attempted assassination and says the new version will aim to bring the country together. FSN's Simon Marks is at the convention site in Milwaukee and says there are multiple big speeches in the coming hours ahead of Donald Trump.
We're also going to be hearing from the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Possible that he is eyeing the opportunity to get his old job back should Donald Trump win in November. Eric Trump, one of the president's sons, will be addressing the convention. We're also going to be looking for an appearance by Melania Trump, the former and possibly future First Lady of the United States. She has not been at the convention so far this week, but we are told that she will definitely be in the arena supporting her husband tonight.
The European Commission has re-elected Ursula von der Leyen as president following a secret ballot among members of the European Parliament. She won by a much larger margin than was expected at the vote in Strasbourg. This will be her second 5-year term, following her first election win back in 2019. On International Nelson Mandela Day, the United Nations Secretary-General says combating poverty and inequality is everyone's duty. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres urged people around the world to do something good today in remembrance of Mandela.
We can choose to eradicate poverty. We can choose to transform the international economic and financial system in the name of equity. Every one of us can contribute through actions large and small.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Trying to get the very latest, some of the headlines as we've been seeing. Windows PCs crashing worldwide due to CrowdStrike issue. That's the headline from the, I guess that's a tech website known as Mashable. And this one caught my eye. If you did a search on CrowdStrike, from the website investing.com. How odd is the headline from 2 days ago? CrowdStrike executive sells $1.49 million in stock. Oh, the irony. He's selling $1.5 million worth of stock like 24 hours before. Oh, yeah, by the way, their stock is dropping like a brick right about now. CrowdStrike Holdings reported that their chief security officer, Sean Henry, sold 4,000 shares of the company's Class A common stock on July 15th. So it's been 4 days ago, according to the recent filing with the SEC. The stock was sold at a price of $371.32 a share, totaling approximately $1.49 million. The transaction executed under a prearranged 10b5-1 trading plan, which allows company insiders to set up a predetermined schedule for buying or selling shares at a time when they're not in possession of material non-public information. This ensures the insider is not trading on insider information, adhering to the regulations set by the SEC. Following the sale, Henry still owns a substantial amount of CrowdStrike stock. 183,000 plus shares remaining in his possession. It's worth noting the number of shares owned following the transaction includes shares that are to be issued upon the vesting of restricted stock units. Investors and followers of CrowdStrike Holdings often monitor insider transactions as they can provide insights into the company's performance and the confidence that executives and directors have in the business's prospects. However, it's also common for executives to sell shares for personal financial planning, diversification, and other non-company related issues. CrowdStrike is headquartered in Sunnyvale, California, known for its cloud-delivered endpoint and cloud workload protection. It has experienced significant growth and has become a key player in the cybersecurity industry. I mean, don't want to jump to any conclusions, but when their security officer, and then 48 hours later, major issue with the company, stock prices plummeting. Seeing a lot about the land down under. Sylvester, give us a live report from Australia.
Dude, what a mess. So I will tell you, it's not just payment gateways that are crashed. Our entire data system, which is not Windows-based, okay, crashed.
Okay.
So we have, in fact, our system, which is Android-based for mobility, ties into a Oracle service, and it's crashed. So it is not just Windows-based.
Okay.
I want to say this, though. You said something in that report about the security officer. Those types of sales have to have a gap between when they're filed and when they're allowed to occur. I don't know how much time that is. I'd be interested in knowing how much time that is, because I don't believe that this could have been planned by them, or they could have known that this was going to happen on this day. Now, there was another cloud service crash yesterday.
Yes.
That was related to Microsoft Cloud Services. And it could be, remember many years ago we had was it a nuclear power station that tripped and it basically shut off electrical power for like a quarter of the U.S. Do you remember that? It's about 10, 15 years ago.
Yep.
Oh, gosh, it's more than that. Dude, I'm losing track of time. I keep forgetting I've been here 7 years.
If memory serves, that was the big blackout in the northeast, the northeast corner of the country. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it went all the way into Nebraska because I was actually in Nebraska at the time, picking up a load of glass, and it shut down the power there. So anyway, long story short, these things cascade. So, and I think you mentioned that in there, that it's a cascade and it's reached Spain, etc. Well, some of these services don't go through updates every day. They may, but some of them, like our servers, have an update every night. But during the day as well, because of the type of transactions and the massive number of transactions we do, it updates during the day as well. And I was actually working with
and I think we lost our connection with Sylvester there. Oh, the irony, right? Let's see if
you are connected as the host. Welcome, host. You are now in the host room.
Hang on, Sylvester, if you can hear me.
Studio web interface.
Audio recording is on.
Audio recording is on.
All right, all right, we got you back there. We lost you for a second, Sylvester. The irony.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Well, some of, like our phones, which are voice over IP, do not work. We are getting no phone calls into the store. I don't think that they're Windows-based, but they could be. But anyway, so our Windows into the store, I couldn't make phone calls to customers, suppliers, or anything like that at all.
Wow.
It's a mess. It's a mess. But there, we're still working though, because we can still take cash, but we can't take credit cards. All of our credit cards were down.
All right, that was another question. You're having issues? So some people are going to ATMs, can't get any money out, those kind of things.
Nope. Yep.
Wow.
So our banking system is based on a different model than the U.S. banking system. So the currency that you take out from your ATM, you put in your provider name or your provider number, which is called your PSC over here, and which is like a routing number, and then it reads your account number, etc., and then it goes directly to the Federal Reserve to verify all this. It's all done very, very, very centralized here. And so people are not having an issue here that, it's my understanding they're not. But I can see how this is going to get worse. Now, I'd like to know in the future when they're able to tell us, how has this type of cloud outage affected our national security?
Yes.
Because I want you to think about this. That F-35 is a open source architecture built into every aspect of that aircraft. Everything from fuel delivery to armament to controls of the aircraft and your engine controls. All of that stuff is cloud-based, basically. Most of it is anyway. It's probably a closed cloud, but closed network. But if it is able to get any type of access to this problem, what is it? What are they called? Cloud source or something? What is it called? You still there, Steve?
I believe it. I believe you're right. A cloud source. Yep.
Yeah. So my understanding was, So the person that I know of that started having the issue yesterday, they are a exchange for sorry about that, currency exchange, as well as other exchange of other instruments, other financial instruments. So they had the outage yesterday, and then it came back, and then they're full on crash today. They can't access any of their records, any of their money. They can't move. They can't move anything. They can't protect it. They can't hide it. They can't steal it like they do. But they're basically stuck. And that's somebody that I know that this happened to yesterday.
I mean, I'm thinking along the lines of how about the cryptocurrency world? Everything is based on internet connection in the crypto world.
Yep. Yeah, I'd like to hear some of the callers that deal with that, because I got out of it, because I got into it a little bit. I made some money on it, and then you know what? I really just didn't feel good about it. I didn't know where this money was coming from. And I'm a firm believer in doing the right thing. Sorry, I've got an ambulance coming up beside me. I got to get out of this way. And that's something that's been affected over here, because all of our emergency services are cloud-based over here. Every bit of it. Voice over IP, cloud-based communication. So think about these people that might fall down the stairs and then they can't get an ambulance. I mean, it's bad enough to do this with a socialized medicine, but anyway. So I'd like to hear from some of the people that are doing, the different, e-currencies and that kind of thing. Now, the real reason I was going to call, was to carry on a little bit about our discussion previously about Trump and Biden. I really believe Biden's going to bow out. The thing is, if they put that giggling buffoon, Kamala Harris, or however you say her name, it's not any better than leaving Biden in there. And they know that. Now, the thing is, who are they going to put in there? I'd like to know, who do you think they're going to put in there? Do you think it's going to be Newsom? I think he's got so much dirty baggage from California, there's no way he could make it. Who do you think it is? Who do you think it could be?
Some of the headlines are alluding to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, possibly. Gavin Newsom is on the list. But I said who was the other? There were Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. They're all on the list.
So what's Shapiro like? Because I know nothing about him. I know...
Me either. I know nothing about him myself. That's...
Right. So I want to bring this up. So I belong to a lot of... I don't really get news off of... first off, I don't really go into the Fox News website very much anymore. I go look at their headlines, but that's not it. And the reason being is because I'm not giving them my name and information to read their article. Not going to happen. So the more that's coming about, the less I'm going to be getting news from those kind of organizations. But so I get a lot of my information off of, and I know I'm going to cop it for this, but that's okay. I get a lot of it off of Twitter, and some of it is I can weed through some of it and think, okay, this is BS. If I see some of the things that are questionable, like some of the crap that I've been seeing about, the Trump attempt and things like that. But I've also found that's where a lot of the stuff is coming out first, and really a lot of it is a lot more accurate because it comes out in the other news, and I'm finding out, this is actually accurate.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been reading a lot of different things about what his plans are for China, and something that he said is a little bit upsetting to me, and that's saying outwardly that he would not defend Taiwan against China as we are supposed to. And that concerns me. But what concerns me more than anything is some of the mindset of, and I realize a big part of it in the supporters of Trump comes down to the money that goes involved with this. And the mantra, build the wall, build the wall on the southern border, don't build it in Donbass or whatever. I hear people saying that all the time. But my concern more than anything is it's very short-sighted. It's, again, like very 1938. And I'm concerned that not looking at the big picture of what's going on and how, like Putin, for example, is not a friend of this country. Right. I don't care what anybody tries to say. If you look at to see what they actually stand for, where he, like his political party, they are not in favor of the United States of America. And I'm not just talking about drag queens, and I'm not just talking about, they're using that as a way to get to certain individuals who are very strong against it, which of course, me, I'm not. I'm a Christian. I'm a Bible-believing Christian. Now, I realize you're getting really, and you got to go on a break, but that concerns me. A lot of the stuff that he's saying is concerning to me. So who else is there that? There is nobody else, especially if there's a Biden. Biden's a buffoon. The people that are supporting him, in the government, like a puppet, are just using him as a figurehead and then moving the arms, legs, and mouth as they see fit. And that's disgusting to me that that's being permitted. They need to find somebody else, but who else is there? You know what? There ain't anybody else. So, Steve, stay strong. I'm surprised that I could actually call you. I'm surprised that
I am too. I am too, because we're using the digital, the internet phone system, and all that. I mentioned that a few minutes ago. I'm surprised we were able to stay on the air. I guess they're trying to offer up maybe a little bit of comfort. Don't panic is the word. Just come in here. At this stage, government officials are indicating they're not treating this as a cyber attack from hostile states or criminals. Cybersecurity expert Dan Cord from BCS, the Chartered Institute for IT, this is out of London, said people should remain calm while businesses respond to the global IT outage, which may have been caused by a bug to a regular security update. He says, quote, it looks like a bug to a regular security update rather than any form of mega cyber attack, but this is still causing worldwide challenges, is likely to require a large number of people to take manual remedial steps. Companies need to make sure their IT teams are well supported, as it could be a difficult, highly stressful weekend for them as they try to help customers. About 6 minutes ago, let's see, the world grinding to a halt because of a global IT meltdown, showing the dark side to technology and that relying on computers doesn't always make life easier. According to investment analyst and stockbroker A.J. Bell, countless industries, airlines, trains, banks, media, facing disruptions to earnings if they can't do their job. Workers cannot get from A to B, and that will have a knock-off effect for industries across the board if staff aren't there to perform important functions or their systems are offline. The severity of this problem this morning boils down to how long it lasts. A few hours disruption is not helpful, but not catastrophic. Prolonged disruption, that's another matter, potentially causing damage to companies and even economies. There is chatter that the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike ran an update which did not work on Microsoft's operating system, and that caused systems to fall over. Now, given that we do not know the full details, it's too early for investors to work out the financial or reputational impact to these businesses. We do know Microsoft and CrowdStrike are both down, obviously, before the markets open here on the U.S. side. But other reports coming in airlines all over the planet. KLM and other airlines, airports affected by the global outage, making flight handling impossible. KLM Airlines says, we realize this is a very inconvenient for our customers and staff, particularly in the midst of the summer holiday season there. We are working to resolve issues. Let me see, scroll on down. GP surgeries across England hit by the outage says we will have a big impact. GP practices says they're unable to access patient records or book appointments. Surgeries took to social media to report they cannot access the EMIS web system. It is in understood NHS hospitals are currently unaffected by the outage. So, I mean, you look everything that relies on the internet, which what doesn't in this day and age? Edinburgh Airport said the outage is causing longer waiting times. Okay, Ryanair said their flights are being disrupted. Disruptions across the network due to the global third-party outage. It is out of our control. We advise passengers arrive at the airport at least 3 hours before scheduled departure time. Turkish Airlines says due to the global technical issue, we are experiencing problems with ticketing, check-in, and reservation processes. And on it goes. Some of the messages coming in from the likes of the BBC. Sky News apparently is, I guess, back on the air, but with limited capabilities, they say. Businesses, banks, airline, railways, telecommunication companies, television and radio broadcasters, supermarkets, many offline after the blue screen of death, the error screens on Windows workstations around the globe. Users on the subreddit for cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike reporting issues in India, the United States, New Zealand. Yeah, we know it's the entire planet. So with that, well, have a good weekend. Hopefully they get this resolved quickly and the world does not come to an end. If it doesn't, we'll see you at the midnight hour Sunday night. Hope you can join us.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I